All right, guys, welcome in. Here we go, another Savage Sunday. Ready to get started. We have got a great lineup tonight. As you see the camera panning around here, a lot of familiar faces. And then you got me, Mr. Nick, and my best bud, Mr. Knock, here in the booth with me tonight.
What is up, everybody?
How's it going, dude?
Oh, man, it feels good to be back out and around the DFW poker scene. I was in bed for a while, so we're coming to notice.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. Glad you're feeling better.
It feels great to be back.
Yeah, dude. Feel a little rusty. Haven't been in the booth in a couple weeks.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, good to be back, though. I'm excited. We're going to have a great lineup tonight. When I was walking in, I had no idea we were going to have Mr. Woodley and Mr. Nick Six here. You know, these two guys are bringing the action with them.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy to see this lineup right now. I mean, we have a great lineup here tonight.
No doubt, dude. So we are here for January 1st. It is New Year's Day. Happy New Year's to you.
Happy New Year's, everybody. Let's start this year off with a bang. Let's make this Poker House's best stream yet. Make sure you hit that like button, and we're going to be answering all of your questions in the chat all night while we watch this incredible lineup play for tons of money.
Yeah, let's go, dude. Got a 1,500 cap game going tonight, as we do every Savage Sunday. It's a 2-5 game, and you know we have that special rule that see a big pot go down, we might be pulling somebody into the booth here.
Oh, yes.
Get a little feedback from them live. I love that element. We've been having a lot of fun with it here in the last few weeks. And we got several characters that I love to hear from here in the booth. We got the boy. He's made some booth appearances. We got Mr. Frankie and Mr. Jello from Next Gen. We got Woodley right there in the 8 seat. We got Hayden Fortini, who has been making several appearances both in the live stream lineups as well as in the booth. Doing a great job here on commentary.
Happy to have Hayden here.
Yeah, and Kim as well, I'm assuming, will be joining us in the chat tonight. Both of them have become Poker House regulars here. Appreciate all of their help and getting some great lineups going recently. Been having a lot of fun watching these streams. Captain Under Pairs noting sick lineup. No doubt, dude. No doubt. And I think they were just about ready to get started right now.
Yes, that is true. And first hand's being dealt out. We have in seat 9, we have our world famous Nick Six.
Oh, yeah. Quickly becoming world famous.
Seat 4 there, we have world renowned The Boy. Not to be confused with Da Boy.
Da Boy.
It is The Boy.
Yeah.
The singular boy.
To be fair, though, we did discover.
Yes.
At least once.
Only once. And in seat 5 there, we have Jay. Interesting to see him sandwiched between The Boy and Woodley. Interesting to see which dynamics this will bring out. Frankie with great table position here.
Yeah, guys, and they do draw for these seats before the game starts. It is not choose your own seat. And we are off and running as you see Woodley reaching for green chips already. Something you will see him do many times tonight. Those green chips are $25 each. Those red chips are $5 each.
You know, I'm telling you, Nick, I think that this lineup is going to produce some insane pots tonight.
No doubt, dude. And the capped game actually helps to create some dynamics where the money goes in a little easier sometimes. So we don't know what Nick Six and the boy have here. We did see Woodley raising it up pre-flop. And does flop the nut flush draw. So he's going to c-bet and take it down. Looks like we're never going to know what those other two guys had, but
it's just a glitch for the first hand. We will get back to regular scheduled programming. Another thing to bring up in the dynamics tonight, we have Jello and Jay both extremely hungover tonight.
Okay. Going to bring that into the mix already.
Oh, for sure. I'm just interested, and Frankie as well. I'm interested to see how the three of them will perform tonight after being so hazy. I'm sure they just woke up.
Yeah, and to be fair, they may not be the only ones dealing with those kind of ailments, as we are coming off of one of the best party nights of the year.
That is true. Very true. And we got some young people here on the table. I believe the only person at this table that has not been on this live stream is seat 3. And I'm sorry, seat 3. I'm familiar with you. I've seen you before many times, but I cannot remember your name right now. But we'll figure that out soon enough.
We are going to get a little helpful hint right here next to us. Mr. Miles.
Miles, yes.
Welcome to the lineup, Miles. And
yes, Miles.
That does say a lot for our game, though, that every single one of these players, other than Miles, is a return customer, someone we've seen before, and that helps the dynamics between the players as we start to see people try and get back at each other from previous sessions. And you got to love that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Especially helps with the Savage Sunday element. Start to get more and more trash talking in as you see the same faces over and over again. And here we go, boys. We have cards, and we got Frankie under the gun, picking up a beauty to start off with. He's going to bump it up to 25. No surprise there. And looks like he's going to have some action from both of the blinds. Jay just flats the small blind with the king jack off. Makes sense to me. And that allows Woodley
to put in the raise.
Coming with a little squeezy. He comes with a pretty friendly sizing.
I'd say so. Now, does Frankie here decide to 4-bet and isolate Woodley in position, or is he going to take this 3 ways? I think the 4-bet option seems more likely.
Gonna have to agree with you there. I think that I think the 4-bet option seems more more like what I would do. I don't know if Frankie will do that or not.
I think he will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like that option a lot.
Yeah, there we go.
We don't want to keep Jay in the pot here.
And Frankie just makes the perfect play right here. He chooses a sizing that's going to keep Woodley in the pot. And although Woodley does have a competing hand with Frankie here, you know, they were basically flipping. You're still happy to have him in there since he's going to be out of position and you are the aggressor and the 4-better from an under-the-gun opening range. Very strong.
And Woodley is not checked yet. It looks like he's considering other options here. He does eventually check there.
Yeah, and even though he doesn't have good cards, this would be a pretty reasonable board to consider going for something. It's not going to happen this time,
Looks like Frankie just rips it here.
Yeah, he does. He's going for the protection. Knows that Woodley very well might call with a single pair. And even though he 3-bet out of the big blind and then called the 4-bet, which would generally represent a very strong range, Woodley known to splash around, especially early on in sessions. So Frankie thinking that Woodley could very easily still have some 1-pair hands on this board. And those 1-pair hands are also going to contain a lot of gut shots. And he just wants to charge him max right there.
Oh, it wasn't as ridiculous as I thought originally. It looks like Woodley only had 500 behind instead of an entire $1,500 stack.
Oh, I didn't even see that it had said 15. I was looking at his stack the whole time, so.
Yeah, it said 15. That's why I was so confused. I was like, dang,
yeah,
Frank,
that's enormous.
For 3x5. How are you balancing this?
No doubt. No doubt. Min in the chat saying, Kim's got to get in here and commentate again. No doubt. I enjoyed listening to her commentary and also enjoyed watching her PLO stream that she put together this week. They're going to be running that every week. Is that on Wednesdays, John? What day was that?
It was originally on Wednesdays, but they switched it to Thursdays.
Okay.
And wow, what a stream was that.
Yeah, dude. It looked like the average stack was like 10K or something.
It was. I mean, something around there. It was insane.
Yeah, and Captain Underpair is reminding us, 7-deuce game. It is on, I believe they said only 7-deuce offsuit.
Yes, 7-deuce offsuit for $20. I tried to get him to do 25, but there were some sticklers in there. And they said, no, we're doing 20.
Yeah, 25 is kind of nice with the green chip.
Yeah, I know. It just felt like a little extra to say 20. Like, why not 25? You know?
Yeah.
Why not make it a cool 200 from the table?
Why are you being extra?
Yeah. Also, why are you being stingy? Come on. You really gonna throw him 4 red chips instead of a green chip? Like, you're technically parting with more things, you know?
Okay, so Mr. J right here gonna go for the ISO. It's not gonna work. He raises up on the button over Nick Six's limp. He's going to get action from Woodley and Hayden, who are in the small blind in the straddle, and we're going 4 ways to this flop. It's kind of a whiff of a flop for everybody.
Nick Six here with the gut shot.
Yeah, and it was Jay who still has the best hand. He probably doesn't suspect that, as he has nothing but a weak ace high.
There's a lot of gut shots on here.
Yeah, everybody's got a gut shot except for Jay.
Yeah. Oh, one of those gut shots comes home.
No doubt. It also makes a pair for Woodley, so Hayden might get a little something here.
He checks it.
Oh, he's going to try and get a little fancy here. Unfortunate for him. I don't know if anyone's going to stab.
Is Jay thinking about stabbing here with ace high?
Yeah, look at that. What do I know? And
wow, and he bets 175.
Holy cow.
Massive, massive size.
Yeah. I guess it's hard to blame him for trying to represent a hand like ace queen here. Could also occasionally have like a 10 jack. Maybe, I mean, would he ever check king jack twice?
I mean, I'd be hard pressed to even figure out how he has ace queen in this spot.
You think he's always going to stab on the flop or the turn?
I mean,
all he did was open pre-flop and then check twice.
He opened? Oh, oh, Nick Six limped.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, got it. Never mind. I thought that he was. I thought he just called on the button.
Yeah. He might stab some of his ace queens on the turn when it checks to him twice, but I bet he would still check sometimes too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Well, Woodley gets away from this, and that was what Hayden was hoping for. Hayden was hoping for someone to stab and someone to call behind.
Yeah. And Jay's size is going to run off Woodley. And is it going to make Hayden think about just calling now? I mean, Jay is kind of representing ace queen. No, it looks like he's still going to raise. Just don't know what Jay would have here other than ace queen or a bluff or maybe like 10 jack. I don't know. That's interesting. What do you think about calling and then try and just get Nick Six to call? I'm afraid that Jay's range is made up of too much ace queen.
I think the raise is probably better.
You think so?
I think so.
What are you targeting? What do you hope Jay has?
2 pairs.
Like what?
Jack 10.
Exactly, Jack 10. And it's only Jack 10 suited, probably. No, maybe he might start Nick 6 or Jack 10 off. But
I think he's got Jack 10 off, too.
Yeah, and then he would have to not bet it on the turn, too, when he turns a pair. But
I think it's reasonable to not bet it on the turn.
I mean, I do, too, but I think it could be a little mixy.
Interesting, actually.
A little mixeroo.
I mean, I'm not really sure what Jay even has here, but I feel like the way the hand was played, you got to give him a chance to just call with the worst hand and not hope that...
I mean, you got Nick Six behind you who might call with the worst hand, too.
Yeah, but Nick Six, he checked all 3 streets.
And you might be value owning yourself against Jay because he's got all the combos of ace queen and not too many of other stuff. But anyway, sorry. Getting a little off the rabbit trail on that one. So let's go ahead and get back here to Mr. Jello, who is going to run into some next-gen on next-gen violence.
Uh-oh.
He's got the best of it. Frankie's going to need to see a 9 to catch up in this one.
Nick Six with the 6-3 off that last hand. Him and I played a very big pot the first time I met him when he had the 6-3 off. Very, very big pot. Oh boy, that's a flop that's going to get Frankie in some trouble.
Woodley's got a gut shot. I wonder if he has devious intentions. Jello boldly gonna continue firing. Woodley just calls. If he does have devious intentions, they might come into play later. And Frankie, I assume, will just be calling here.
I think he might be thinking about raising, considering the fact that he thinks Jello might be c-betting too wide and Woodley's calling with too many worse hands.
Looks like you're right. Gonna raise to protect his hand here.
I think that has some merit to it. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out well for him in this spot.
Yeah, Jello maybe feeling like he's getting a little bit punished for not having as much 7x. Wondering if Frankie might try and do that punishment here with assortment of draws, and how thin he might go for value. Would he have a hand other than a 7 or pocket 4s for value here? And obviously the answer is yes. Jello gonna peel.
Woodley coming along as well.
Yeah, Woodley ain't going nowhere with a price and a draw on the button.
That looks like it might slow things down a little bit.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting here. I think it'll go check, check, check. Or will Jello potentially bet? I mean, the king doesn't do too much for his range now that it's gone bet, call, raise, call. He does check and
Checks around.
Woodley checks it. I didn't know if he might consider.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Frankie's got to like that. And that river raise bought him a full house. Sorry, that flop raise bought him a full house on the river here. Not that he wouldn't have gotten there anyway, but.
Wow. And we've got $600 in the pot here.
I feel like it would be hard to think that Jack doesn't pay off. Oh, he goes for the small size. I like it.
Yeah, Frankie targets exactly the kind of hand that Jello has. Probably thinks it is likely he has that hand.
I think it's a really good bet.
I totally agree with you. Excellent bet. Gets snap called. Oh, and Nick 6 dabs him. Oh, let's go.
We getting Frankie in the booth?
Yeah. That's funny. I don't know if that pot was quite big enough.
It
What do
might
you
not
think?
have been big enough, but the flop raise was kind of nice.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no doubt. I would say maybe like.
We'll hold off.
Yeah,
Let's hold
and then
off.
we can ask him about that if you want to when we bring him in.
Yeah. Because certainly he'll be in another big pot. Just to put a pin in that Queen 9 hand, Jack Peterson in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Backing up your thoughts. Likes to call with Queen 9.
Call. Just feels like Jay's got a lot of ace queen and not that much of other stuff. And then you also give Mr. Nick 6 behind you a chance to potentially call with a worse hand. And also, I mean, maybe Jay doesn't fold Jack 10, but it's going to look pretty strong when you check raise him there.
Yeah, for sure. I can see where you guys are coming from for sure. Miles picking up the 8s, his first hand on the live stream. He's going to get involved in.
Yeah, and we got a straddle on here, I'm assuming, which is why he bumps it up to $40 immediately. He's got pocket 8s. Pretty good looking hand, and he gets 3 callers with it.
And he's got them all in great shape until you hit an ace and a king on the flop.
Yeah, and Nick's not going to waste time. He's going to fast play his hand. He does bet a size that represents about the hand that he actually has here. He's trying to get called by a king or maybe like a 10 and a gut shot, 10 jack or a 10 queen.
And he's going to take it down.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Small bet. That's an effective bet right there.
Yeah, dude, and I'm stoked to have Nick 6 back in the lineup because you know he brings the heat, dude.
Oh, he does.
Although, early on here, it's only been 5 hands. But so far, Mr. Woodley, the only player coming in with 100% VPIP.
Oh, boy.
Having entered all 5 pots.
How long can he keep that up?
How long can Woodley keep up the 100% VPIP?
Let's call it 90. If he can stay over 90, how long can he stay over 90? Over under?
Over under how many hands into the session? That's a great question.
Over under 12.5.
The next 3 hands are vital.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't play one of them, then he would drop below 90. So over under 12.5 hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take the over.
You take the over?
I'm gonna take the over.
I'm taking the under then. I'll take the under.
Come on, Woodley.
Gentleman's bet.
Gentleman's bet. Well, I can't be that much of a gentleman because I had to wait and watch to see if he entered this pot before I gave my prediction, and he did. So.
I mean, he has ace-10 offsuit. How is he not going to enter this hand?
Yeah. Oh.
And he flops the best of it.
Yes, he does. And
He's
Frankie.
going to cooler Frankie.
Maybe, dude. Frankie's got the nut flush draw with his.
Oh,
so.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, we're about to play an interesting spot right here. Well, not that interesting. Woodley's just going to rip it. I didn't realize that he only had about, what, 300 left?
Yeah.
Less than that.
I assume Frankie's going to call here.
Oh, yeah. I don't think Frankie's going anywhere with top pair and the nut flush draw.
No, I just don't think he's going to raise at all.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I think he's just going to call.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Definitely not folding his hand.
Yeah. I'm with you here. And I think based on what I see from everybody else, it's likely to get all folds. And then we're going to see these last two cards, and Frankie's going to need a club or an 8.
Nick 6 folds, missing his set. It always sucks to miss a set, doesn't it?
Yeah. Especially when you see the other players just ripping it all in left and right.
No, the only thing that's worse than that. Oh
my gosh. Oh, and then Frankie's got the nut flush. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Oh, it's agony. Oh my gosh. We got to hear that.
Frankie hits the chop and the flush. 14, 15. Yep, 300. 300. 3. 14, 15, C4.
Oh my gosh. I was hoping to get some good table talk there from Nick 6. Oh man.
The way he folded the 4s is almost like he knew it was coming.
Oh yeah.
But he couldn't do anything about it.
You couldn't even get your joke out about the worst thing being whenever you hit a turn 4. How about turn river? Oh my gosh, that's sick.
That wasn't even what I was gonna say. I was gonna say the worst thing is when you fold your pair pre-flop and then you hit the set and then everyone starts going all in.
Oh.
That is the worst feeling.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 100%.
I recently had a spot like that at the 2-5 down the street. Oh man, it just sucks. You're looking at people putting thousands of dollars into the middle.
Yeah,
and you're sitting there like, I have top set. Like, I would have had top set.
You almost feel like they owe you something.
Right? Oh, nice hand to Frankie there. Dodges a bullet.
Wow.
Is that right? Is he up to 2.7K? Up $1,300, $1,200 already?
Is he?
Looks like
We'll have
he's
to
up
pull that-
1,200. Yeah.
Look at that.
We're going to pull the stats up after this hand.
So we got the boy swooping in with a raise here from early position. He's going to get defended a couple of ways by the usual suspects. Gets a good flop for himself. Nick 6 has second pair too, so we could see at least one bet go in here. Maybe more than that. Woodley's out of there, and now we're going to see a turn card. It's a spade, so I think Nick's going to be hanging on for at least one more street. Oh, and the boy's going to slow down. Going to use that spade as a checking card, and then checks again on the end. That's going to entice Nick to bet his 6 here. Just thinks he has the best hand and maybe can get hero called, but he actually is going to be value owning himself on this one as the boy flips over top pair. Checking twice, earns him a little extra money maybe.
And he's going to take that one down, the first hand for the boy. He's pulling up these cumulative winnings so far for the first orbit.
How did
Look
it go
at
on the research about the points?
Oh, he's going to come in and
Nice,
get
cool.
it fixed. Frankie up $1,200 in the first orbit of the stream. could be the start of a big night for him.
Let's see.
Isn't that the greatest? You just sit down.
Yeah,
You know,
it's only been one orbit.
You had a nice cozy day. You sit down for like 15 minutes and you're up $1,200.
Nothing better.
What a
Literally first orbit.
Yeah, and he picks up another hand here.
I mean, he made the nut flush against Woodley to stack him, and then wins a nice pot against Jello by rivering a boat.
He's getting it in bad and sucking out.
Yeah, dude.
I hear that's how you win tournaments.
And now here he is swooping in with the ISO. Not going to achieve it, though. Hayden's going to be right behind him, coming in with the 2-8s. Jello got a playable hand as well with 2 6s. And Miles with king-queen offsuit in the big blind. Getting this price, I don't think there's any way Woodley's going anywhere, so I think we're going to be 5 ways to the flop. This is some Texas poker right here.
Texas heads up.
Nice, I like that.
No set, no bet.
No bet, but Jello does have the gut shot with his.
This is a terrible board for Frankie. Likely just going to shut it down.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Hayden stab here.
That's 100.
Does. Bet for 100. I like that's what I would bet too. That feels right. I don't know. Feels like the right size.
Yeah. I think so too. Good size to get some protection and some value.
Interesting, you know, good discipline for Jello here to just lay his hand down.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the 100 bet just barely squeezes out that hand. Maybe like if it was in the 60 to 70 range, he might
even like
consider
75,
floating.
you'd probably throw it in there. But
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, you know your hand's no good 5 ways.
Yeah, you still got 3 players behind you, so.
Yeah, and anything that's behind you has great equity against you.
Mm-hmm. And the kind of hands that are betting right there from Hayden are hands that, like, you're just, like, everything is working against you, except for you hoping to hit that dream card.
Correct.
You know, you're going to be checking to him again on the turn. He's going to have the opportunity to bet and take control of the hand. He probably has a better hand than you do already, so it's like you're fighting an uphill battle there.
So, Poker Monkey, we will have Eric Anderson come into the booth and fix the points.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Momentarily.
Oh, no, dude. Woodley dropped to 88%.
No! Well, good thing I took the under.
Dude, only 10 hands. So he must not have played his 9th hand, so he was 8 for 9.
Oh. If he could just play that one hand, he'd be home free.
Oh, no, dude. That's brutal.
Anyway, like I was referring to Frankie getting it in bad and sucking out, I got to try that at Choctaw. Maybe I'll win a tournament.
Yeah, dude. Good idea. And we got Mr. Eric here in the booth, going to help us get the point system fixed.
Did not set it to, or he did set it to private, so like you have to be a member. Since Streamlabs is not going to can't.
Gotcha. Nice. Eric doing some epic editing here on the fly.
Doing the Lord's work here.
So points is not working, can you give away points?
That's 70.
Alright, we click this button. I don't know if I can tell you that. Thank you. Cause inflation.
Giving away points causes inflation. We got to hook up our homies.
I just gave everybody 500 points.
There we go. Chat homies. 500 points. Give it a try, Poker Monkey, and see if it'll work. Meanwhile, Nick 6 is over here fleecing Frankie for some value with bottom pair. Frankie not going anywhere. Oh, he's going to turn some additional equity.
Up the flush draw.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Nick lets him get to the river for free. And Frankie makes the best hand.
Again.
Oh, my gosh. Frankie off to a fire start.
Nick 6 actually just saved himself some money by not betting that turn. Little does he know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's going to go big, just like I thought he would. He's going to try to get hero called.
I don't mind that. Yeah, and there it is. Nick 6 going to call and see the bad news. Oh, Frankie shows him that it happened on the river.
Frankie, if I could just play like Frankie, just get it in with the worst hand every time and get there on the river, I'm going to win a Choctaw
Dude,
tournament.
that's the secret to success in poker. Get really, really lucky over and over again. You can't beat that. You can't beat the guy who just makes 2 pair on the river every time. Point still not working. Man. So sorry about that, guys.
Aaron with my favorite hand, or one of them.
Yeah, and he's going to get punished for limping it here as Miles. I think this is his first aggressive action that I can remember.
He raised the pocket 8s before.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Miles already getting taunted for his VPIP after 11 hands.
Yeah,
Can you
that's tough,
imagine?
dude.
Doesn't that always happen to people?
That's tough.
Speaking for myself as well.
And as he's raising 7-6 suited to $70.
Yeah, right?
Over a limp.
Over
and a
after
double
11
straddle
hands,
pot.
He plays 2 out of 11 hands. He's getting berated.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. And also, how much do they respect that small VPIP as the boy immediately comes in with a 3-bet in the next position to act right behind him? He does have a pretty looking hand there, though. That is the King Jack suited on the button right there for the boy. He's going to achieve his isolation, and Miles does call. Eric saying we're going to have to figure out the point system later on, so sorry for that inconvenience, guys, but the action is going to be so good that you're going to totally forget about it.
You won't even need it. And we have to thank Eric there. He did put in some time there trying to get it fixed, but must be some sort of complex issue that we'll get fixed for the next stream. Don't you worry.
And here we go, dude. Miles flop's the best hand. It's going to be tough for him to get to showdown, though.
I don't know how sticky Miles is. If this was Woodley, I know he wouldn't have a problem getting to showdown with that 6.
I mean, the boy has the nut flush draw, so I can't imagine he's going to do anything except bet twice here. And can Miles call 2 bets after getting 3-bet pre-flop here? Can he even call 1 bet? Tammy's going to make up some random comments for you guys who are missing out on your points gambling, so appreciate that, Tammy. Make them as strange as possible. Keep everybody intrigued.
Just, you have 1 zillion points.
Nice. Nice work, Mr. Poker Monkey. Whoa, dude, look. Miles. I didn't even know if he would hold on for 1 bet. He says, hi-ya, comes back over the top, and puts the boy in a spot where he might just shove. All in. There it is, dude. And now Miles goes, oopsie. And he's got 600 left, and he's got the best
Now
hand.
he's got to make a decision when he has 47% equity, and he's got to make a decision where he's getting incredible good odds. And if he does end up folding his hand, he's folding 47% equity.
Oh, man. How can you? I mean, I know. I totally agree. But how can you even think about calling here? It just feels like, well, I'm hoping the boy has what? Like what?
I mean, you're already like, you actually don't have the best hand technically.
Yeah, not equity-wise. You just have the best pair right now. Yeah.
Oh, that's miserable.
That's miserable.
Raises to half the stack and folds. Oh, 47%.
Yeah, Kimmy says, face palm.
No. If I knew Miles a little bit better, I'd have to bring him in the booth after that one.
I mean, I kind of feel like we should. Did you tell him that he might get brought in the booth?
I did tell him.
Oh, he's the first one we bring in.
I'm sorry, we got to do it. We have to do it.
Hey, but he doesn't know the boy had King High. We can't tell him that. Okay. Oh, boy. Here we go. We're bringing Miles in to talk about the check raise fold. Oh, no. Oh, no. Good luck, Knock. Talking to him about that. Bringing him in the booth. Oh, boy. That is funny. Oh, and he's back. Here he is. Mr. Miles, put that on right there. Oh, dude, the agony.
Yes,
so,
pretty brutal.
Pretty brutal. Okay, I got to ask you. Right off the bat, Knock made a comment that maybe some guys were like needling you a little bit about not being any pot so far before that hand. Was that true?
You've seen my hands. I hadn't really had.
Oh yeah, dude, we're on your side. We're on your side here in the booth because we know.
No, you know, there wasn't anything that led to that other than just purely a bad play. I've been thinking about it since the hand, and I don't. Yeah, I didn't put him on anything other than a big pocket pair that would fold to that raise.
You thought I'm going to represent an ace?
For no reason, I guess. It was like the 6 caused me to do something weird. You know, I don't really know how to explain it, honestly.
We were just wondering if it had anything to do with the dynamics of the needling.
The needling wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't that bad?
It wasn't like
Woodley made a comment.
Woodley was making comments. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you just felt the impulse. I think he's got a pair, not an ace. I'm going to put it on him. And the next thing you know, it's shoved in your face. Did you find out what he had?
I didn't find out what he had. I'd like to know what he had.
We can't tell you yet. You're going to have to find that out on your own. You might be a little disappointed when you find out. Let's just say that. All right, dude. But the good news is you still have 3.5 hours of time to get out there. You didn't lose your whole stack.
Yeah.
And you got plenty of time to get the money back that you did lose on that bluff.
Yeah.
So get out there. Good luck to you. Next time we bring you in here, we hope it's because the dynamic has switched and you're scooping in all of the boys' chips.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect.
All right, dude.
All right, thanks.
Good luck. Tammy says that was a great way to ring in the new year. Some partying from Kimmy. We also had some partying from some of our players. We should have asked Miles. Miles, did any New Year's partying play into that bluff attempt right there? Got him. Nice. That's funny.
On his way out, Miles says, "Thanks, that was fun." I have to say that was probably sarcastic.
Yeah, I think so.
But what do you know? That's Savage Sunday.
That's Savage Sunday, boys.
That's Savage Sunday. Meanwhile, we have a cooler going on here that we have not paid attention to.
Yeah, and guess who's on the good end of the cooler again? Mr. Frankster. He has had several great spots go his way here early on.
He's having a night.
Yeah, he is, and he's got Woodley out-kicked. And you know Woodley does not like folding a pair of aces. That 3 of hearts right there on the turn could be a little bit of an action-killing card. And, yeah, the turn does go check and check. But now it's probably going to go check and bet and call. And, oh, it's just going to go lead and call. And Frankie's going to win himself a nice little potski here. There it is. And we've got the call in the background, too, the bird call. Frankie calls, the bird calls, and Frankie scoops a $1.3 thousand pot. Let's go.
$2,100 already.
Yeah, show the people what they want.
22. What a
Let's
run.
go, dude.
Even the table commenting on it.
Yeah, Frankie making it look easy, dude. When you make full houses on the river, make nut flushes, and then outkick people with a pair of aces, you're going to win a few pots. There's Woodley with that 83%.
Miles with a 33% VPIV. I think the comments were very unfounded.
Yeah. I mean,
If anything, they should be directed at Jello.
I just wasn't sure exactly which direction to go once he leads with. Well, I have no idea what I was doing. I just went for it.
Yeah, that's true.
So, well, why'd you go for it? Maybe it's because these guys are making fun of you. Oh, and what do we have here but Mr. Aaron looking down at the beautiful pair of aces. He's going to rip it in. This is a amazing spot for him. He's got $360 in his stack, and this was a double straddle pot where Jello limps for 20. There's a raise to 100 and a call for 100, so there's already $250 in the middle. So Aaron ripping it in for just about 1.5x the pot.
This is the spot you dream of when you come in and short buy.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie confessing that it was him with the bird call.
It was a great bird call, honestly.
Pretty convincing. I thought that a sparrow had gotten loose or something.
Yeah. Woodley just snap calls. And Nick is going to be really enticed here. Oh, okay. Woodley shoves it, so that's actually going to make it where be tough for Nick to call. Yeah, he's out of there. Good play by Woodley to drive out that equity from Nick, because you know Nick is in there.
Unfortunately, he is up against it.
Oh, yeah. And Aaron just in an amazing spot. He's got an 87% chance.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
He's got the ace of clubs.
Yeah, he does. Okay. And queen on the flop's a little scary there, but no harm, no foul. And Aaron's going to scoop a $900 pot. That is more than a double up for him right there, as there was an extra 120 bucks in the middle, so more like a 2.5x.
He's got to be feeling great now.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm always pulling for Aaron.
Yeah?
It just looks like the kind of kid that you hope does well. Just like, seems like the kind of dude that's always got good intentions. Nice guy.
Oh, yeah, he's a nice guy, for sure.
So apparently Eddie's saying that that is the communication, the standard protocol of communication method here at Poker House. Epic bird calls.
Oh, man. Eddie, you never fail to make me. I swear, if I'm just sitting here playing 2-5 one day and I just hear, I'm going to lose it.
Yeah.
It's like the bat signal.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Eddie Bat.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man, I'm so good. I had no idea what I was doing. Oh, it was completely accidental, I must confess.
Oh, boy. So Tammy also telling us that if you guys want to get in on this action, there's a way to do that. You can actually be a part of this weekly Savage Sunday live stream game by signing up at that Patreon link. You're going to be joining the Next Gen Poker Discord, where they will post weekly a sign-up sheet. And if you are wanting to get in, paying attention when that list comes out, then there's almost always a spot available for those guys to get in here and play in this weekly 2-5 1500 cap game. And you see what the action is like. It is a great lineup. Every single week we have a blast. Go from 6 to 10 p.m. every night, every Sunday night, excuse me. And appreciate that, Tammy. Thank you. And apparently, if you're ever at a Home Depot and hear the bird call, it is, in fact, Eddie. He's at a lot of Home Depots.
I haven't been in Home Depot in like 4 years, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm sure there'll come a time in my life when I'm there more often. Not that anyone has anything, but this is a very interesting river card that brings in 2 4-liners. or one-liner, whatever you'd like to say.
75 is bet.
And the boy's going to bluff with the best hand here.
Yeah, Woodley's out of there. That hand had some potential with their two cards interacting with each other heavily, but pretty nasty board for both guys. Pot stays reasonably small. And we're going to move on to the next one. We're cracking 60 viewers, guys. Appreciate y'all being with us. We're having a blast here at Poker House of Dallas. This is your home for weekly poker live stream action. We've got several awesome games going off on a weekly basis now, John. Can you tell them a little bit about it?
Yes, I can. Wow, we have quite the live stream lineup. We have on Thursdays our 136 Houston PLO, hosted by none other than our very own Kim Stone.
Oh, yeah.
With Hayden Fortini and Frankie in the commentating booth.
And that's the two guys right here in the 7 and 8 seat playing in this game. Those two guys have been doing commentary together. What night of the week was that?
That was Thursday.
Thursdays, that's right.
Thursday night PLO stream. And what an incredible stream it was. Massive stacks. We had multiple 10K plus pots. Huge game. Then on Fridays, we have our 2-5 Match the Stack live stream. Last week, or 3 days ago, or 2 days ago, it actually became a 5-5-10 live stream. Match the Stack. Very deep stacks. It was a very big game. I think that we're going to be keeping it at 2-5 for most Fridays, though. But it is a massive game regardless, because the straddles are always on. I play in that game a lot. Mostly on Fridays, I'll play there.
So we're going to have something going Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays every week.
Because the Saturdays, we're planning on getting a regular 5-10 live stream going every single Saturday.
Let's go, dude.
In addition to the Friday 2-5 stream. And then, of course, on Sundays, we have our Savage Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
1500 cap next gen live stream.
Savage Sundays. Nice, dude. I love it.
Love it. So we have an extended weekend every week of live streams here at Poker House. And then every now and then, I believe you can catch them streaming the Katie's Game Final Table during the week, as well as an occasional 1-2 game.
And there's Eddie confirming PLO is going to be every Thursday. He says there was $75,000 on the table. Yeah, dude, what a sick lineup. That was probably the biggest live stream game that we've had so far. Is that right?
Yeah, that was the biggest game for sure.
Yeah, sweet, dude.
Out here. Not the biggest stacks, though. We did have one uncapped Savage Sunday, or I guess it wasn't Savage Sunday back then, but we did have one live stream where we had some people come in and buy in for 20 to 40K.
Yeah, an infamous 40K stack from, what was his name? Do you remember? It's in the Discord.
Yes, he's in the Discord.
Discord legend. Next Gen Poker Discord legend.
Is his name Danny?
That sounds right to me.
DC? Or something? Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I think that was right.
Okay, gotcha. And then, yeah, Mr. Chris Cashman with the 20K stack, I believe.
Yeah, that was
pretty sick.
That was quite the stream.
Yeah,
obviously, it was a 2-5 game, and those stacks never really came into play, but still nice to have big stacks on the table.
All right, dude. So we had a pretty interesting one here as Jay 3-bet against the boys open. The boy had ace-10 offsuit. Jay had ace-jack offsuit. 3-bet him in position. Made sense to me. The boy ended up folding, but Woodley cold called. They take this flop where Woodley calls in position. The flop and the turn. He's got the gut shot. And now on the end, Jay checks. And Woodley, fearless. This is how you get away with playing these hands as a cold call, double float, because he has no fear to make this play right here on the end where there's $1,000 in the pot. Jay with the ace high.
This is insane. I just looked at their hands and realized that there was like probably not much going on in my head. And then I looked up and there was $900 in the pot.
Yeah, dude.
And then Woodley shoving with 10 high on the end.
Yeah, dude. And Jay with the check mark right here. I mean, these are the spots in poker that are the most costly when you have the most equity. In this case, 100%. So Jay is entitled to every single chip that is in that pot right now. And if Woodley can get him to fold, that is just enormous.
And Jay's not looking like he doesn't want to fold.
He says he doesn't believe him. Wow, and Jay thinking about making a legendary hero call. Let's get that table talk up. Oh, he's in there.
He calls.
He's in there. Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
What a call by Jay. Pretty sick. Pieces together. Woodley's going to have a fair amount of hands there that have no showdown value and want to just go for it. He knows Woodley is fearless.
Wow.
And pieces it all together makes an epic call with the ace high, and we're definitely going to have to bring him in after that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. What a call. I'm sure that jack helped him make that call, the jack he had in his hand.
Yeah, definitely. And that's a $2.7 thousand pot. What a hero call. Let's get him, dude. Bring him in here. Kimmy saying, what a sicko. No doubt. And you're about to hear from the man right now. Let's get that camera on. And we've got the man right here. Pop those headphones on, dude. All right.
I'm assuming this is about the very, very light call I made against Woodley.
It is.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that means we got some more action coming our way. But hold on one second. Let me get our camera on here. Boom. And we're in the booth.
Well, I don't want to get too deep into why I made the call that I made, but
Sure.
there's a lot of reasons behind it. I like the way I played the hand. Except the turn sizing, I think, was a little small. In my head, I meant to go something like 2/3 pot or around half to 2/3, and I think I went 1/3. And I did think about that on the river. But anyways, so my hand is kind of good to hero call in that spot because if you think about what Woodley is representing on the river, he's basically saying, I have a monster. I have one pair beat no matter what.
Right.
And if you think about the hands I'm going to show up with, like I'm mostly going to have one pair, right? So like a lot of my bluff catchers are like similar. So really what matters is what cards you have that remove value basically, right?
Sure.
And I know Woodley is probably not going to slow play a set, so that's rather unlikely. And I don't think he'll turn a lot of pairs into a bluff. I think he will show down most of his pairs. Maybe he would turn a deuce into a bluff. But I'm holding the ace of hearts, and I think the only deuce X that continues is ace deuce of hearts, which is not possible because I have the ace of hearts. So I was thinking, okay, so I'm probably just beating all the bluffs. And then if we think about the bluff combos he has a shitload. He has like 7-6, probably even offsuit sometimes. It's fucking Woodley. He's going to have 10-7 for sure. Yeah. He's going to have like 6-5 suited even, like with hearts maybe. Like he's going to have just all of these random gut shots on that kind of board that just float. And I know he's not going to jam a queen for value like that. And then maybe, yeah, so like for value, he just really only has Jack 10. That's it. I'm like, this is so unlikely because I have a jack, so it's way less likely. And let's say he has all 12 combos of jacks. He just has like a billion other bluffs that I'm beating.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm just gonna look this up. If he bet a reasonable sizing, I would have folded because then I could think, okay, he has like queen jack or some shit like that, right?
Yeah, he just polarized himself too much.
He just bet all in so quickly, like, oh yeah, I'm not worried. I just got the nuts. Like that's what he's trying to.
Yeah.
That's the story.
Are you thinking he would have raised that hand like 2-pair earlier in the hand at some point?
Yeah, I think most likely he would. But even if he would slow play those hands, I don't think he jams 2-pair on the river. I think he bets an amount that can call, like that can be reasonably called by most 1-pair hands. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think if he had like 9-8 or queen 9 or queen 8, for example, he would probably just bet something like half pot, like $450, $500, something that I can just snap call with all my 1-pairs.
All right, dude.
Yeah. So
Well, you know what? You explained yourself well.
There were actually a lot of other things going on in my mind.
Of course,
I'm not going to talk about everything.
Of course. Can't give it all away, but it was an epic hero call. Nice job, my man. Get back out there. Keep it going. Excellent call. You heard it from his mouth directly right there. Thank you, Mr. J. Wow.
On his way out, Jay said that he wasn't happy with us because we took him away from his button. He didn't get to play his button.
Oh. Well, next time you can let him just hang. Just say, come in as soon as you have time.
Yeah, no, I decided to tell him you should come in right now. In fact, he even said to me, oh, wait, let me play my button. And I was like, come on.
Oh, that's hilarious. All right, so there you have it, guys. Jay explaining himself well, obviously having a ton of reason built into why he made that epic hero call right there against Woodley. As Knox said, pretty good combo to do it with. Jay confirming the same thing, saying since Woodley's representing a hand better than one pair, it doesn't really matter if I call with one pair or ace high unless he has some pairs that beat ace high but are being turned into a bluff, and he didn't think he would do that very often. So makes sense to me. Seems like a great spot to go for a hero call, and bang bang. Looks even better when it works out on stream.
Oh yeah. Wow. And they're all in.
Oh dude, yeah, another huge pot right
Hayden
here.
is all in with king 9 here. That's going to be it. Nick 6 is going to get the double.
Yeah, dude, big pot for Nick. I wish I had seen how all that went down. Sorry to those of you out here who missed out on the commentary for that hand right there. Sweet spot for Nick to get the full double. Was hoping that we would get a little pop-up there to show us how the action went down so we could review it, but it's all happening so fast.
Yeah, we had to talk to Jay, you know?
Yeah, and Captain Underpairs commenting, you can sum it up like this. Jay's reason to call. It's Woodley. You know he's capable of bluffing. You know ace high might be good.
That's really all it comes down to. Like, I'll be sitting there in the tank on the river, and I'm just thinking, like, through all these different thoughts, strategy, and then I just look at the guy, and I'm like, it's you.
It's you. You might bluff me. So our chips are flying around the table here, guys. We've seen, was that 3 all-ins in the last 4 hands? Because we had Aaron with the aces. And then we had Woodley against Jay, and now we have Hayden against Nick 6.
Texas aces and kings breaking down the action there.
Ah, nice. Yeah.
Tammy acting as a stand-in for Streamlabs right now. Much appreciated. Very entertaining.
Looks like Doug rolled a double reverse.
How do you do that?
I don't know, dude. It's pretty rare here.
It's a special dice. Can we get an update on your new dice, Card Protect?
It hasn't come yet.
Hasn't come yet?
No, yeah, we can do that in a second. But
yeah. We got aces for Aaron?
yeah, dude, we've got 2 aces, and we've got Frankie with 2 10s.
Ooh.
So could see a little Potsky going down here, and we got Nick 6 in the middle of all of it with an 8-6 suited, and you know he's not going anywhere. So unlike the earlier spot where we saw Frankie 4-bet his 2 10s, in this spot I'm expecting him to just call. It does allow Nick to come into the pot, but Aaron is a much more intimidating 3-better than Woodley is. And also Aaron is in position on Frankie as opposed to Frankie being in position against Woodley in the last one. So yeah, Frankie just calls. And Nick just snap folds for 100 more. That is a little surprising.
Top set. Gonna kill his action.
Yeah, he didn't need that ace. He needed small cards.
He's gonna bet really small.
Which is reasonable, but I think even against this hand, Frankie's just going to be done with it.
Yep. Knows that Aaron isn't getting out of line.
Yep.
I had to put something out there with the 2 spades. I'm like, that was the first pot Frankie lost.
Shows him the aces.
Yes, he does. And Frankie getting away pretty cheap.
I was kind of hoping I somehow had the last ace to death, but
Wondering if there's any way that Aaron gets extra money out of that hand. Obviously.
Ace King's asking, Nick Knock, is there a strategy to hero call with ace jack in a high frequency just because of a certain opponent type? Or does that go out the window in that pertaining hand? Well, I would think so. In any hand, you should adjust your frequencies based on who you're playing against. But even if you didn't know who you were playing against, that combo seems like a pretty good hand to hero call with if you're playing against somebody who could have some bluffs. That's how I see it, at least. Has good hero calling properties.
I agree with you. That hand does have good hero calling properties because of the blocker potential. Both what Jay talked about, talking about that he was blocking the only pairs that he thought Woodley might turn into a bluff. And that's less relevant than what you said, which is that the jack is blocking Jack 10 for a straight from Woodley.
Which is a big portion of his value, as Jay explained, because it's not slow playing sets on that board.
Yep. And so Jay is saying there that he thinks he's better off calling with ace-jack, which blocks Woodley from having the hand he's representing, instead of calling with a hand like a pair, maybe like
King-queen. I mean, king-queen's, yeah, same thing.
Yeah, exactly. And because king-queen's going to beat the same hands. I don't know if that's 100% true. I have seen Woodley turn pairs into bluffs before, but it's definitely a relevant concept. I think Jay made a lot of great points there when he was defending his play.
You know, I cannot lie to you, Nick. The only thing I can think about right now is playing some pickleball.
Yeah, right before we came over here, we were actually playing some pickleball with Mr. Frankster. He's here in the lineup with us. And Jack and Chris at home, who are in the chat.
And that game has been growing on me.
Yeah, we were having a good time.
I just want to go play again.
So Aaron getting a little frisky here, dude.
He's got a stack now, and he's putting it in there.
Yeah, right? That's what it is. He gets the double.
It's not going to work out, though, very well.
Oh, boy.
I don't think he's going to put another chip into the pot, but he's going to lose that $40.
I'm with you there, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if the boy's going to get any action here, it'll be from Nick 6. But I don't think that's going to happen. 7-6 off, not going to be good enough.
Takes it down. $65.
Oh, Kimmy basically confirming that we're going to be meeting up for pickleball with her and Hayden involved at some point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no choice now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've just manifested it.
Jack and Chris's wives also play Kimmy, so we got a pretty sweet little crew.
Yeah, we're going to have a pickleball league this year.
With a range of skills, but everyone, at the very least, is competent. And I'm sure you are as well.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Competent, yeah.
But it's a range of skills. No one should be embarrassed to come play.
Yeah, for sure. There is definitely a range of skills.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get good. I'm trying to get
good.
I'm not playing around. Like, I got a pickleball set for Christmas, and I'm like, oh, Eddie plays too. Oh, man.
Kimmy, we play every Sunday. We're going to be starting. People are going to show up around noon until 1. Everyone should be there by 1. And we'll be playing from 1 until 3 or a little after.
I think we should try to do it another day, too, where we can dedicate an entire day to just playing pickleball. Maybe not regularly, but just, you know.
An entire day to playing pickleball?
Yeah. I'm serious. I think we should play for like 8 hours.
Oh, boy. All right, dude. We've got Woodley. He sees 4 limps his direction. Excuse me, 3 limps his direction. And he is going to raise it up with the ace-queen suited. Punish these limpers. Nick 6 is in there. He's got suited cards. Miles is in there. He's got position on 2 loose players and suited cards. Miles is going to flop the best of it. See if he bets to protect his hand. Looks like he's going to.
Chooses the larger sizing.
Yeah, Woodley's not going anywhere with his
2 overs.
big ace. Yeah, he's got 2 overcards to improve. Hopes he might have the best hand occasionally.
I think this will be the end of the road for Nick 6 with his hand. What do I know?
You don't know nothing.
I know nothing.
Oh, boy. Unfortunately, this one's going to get him in trouble if it comes in, as Miles has his spades covered.
He's going to lead out.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, man.
He's going to have to lead twice and lead big to have any chance of winning this hand.
This is what I was afraid of when he made the call. I was like, oh, no, he's going to turn a spade. And if he turns a spade, this is going to get interesting. Miles just calls the $100 lead. Very small size. And now Woodley's going to relinquish his 2 overs. One of which was dead anyway.
It's a safe card, and if Nick decides to go for it here, having absolutely nothing, he could win. And he's cutting him out. Oh, yeah, dude. Comes with 300, and Miles is going to have to hero call. And I would be surprised to see it. Oh,
he bets
250.
250.
Miles has 400 left. Oh, no, that's not right.
Yeah, he must have added on without saying.
It says 400 there, but you can see in his stack that he's got about 1,200 at least.
He's gonna let it go.
Yeah, he
Nick
does,
is gonna
and look at
find a
that.
way to win this hand.
Show him, Nick.
Shows him.
Shows him the bad news. Oh, and Miles is like, he never had any chance
He never
to win this
had a
hand
chance.
until the end. I said it. I said he's going to have to come twice, and he's going to have to come healthy on the end to get him.
Oh,
And he
man.
did it. He was fearless.
Wow. Nick 6 never failing to impress.
Wow. Epic.
Eddie, you did just get the pickleball invite.
Yeah, dude. It
so
just happened right now.
You just got the pickleball invite. This is a new thing anyway.
Yeah, dude. And why are you hitting us with the tear emojis? That's not. It's not fair.
That's not fair, man.
You're like a manipulative girlfriend.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to whoop you in pickleball now, Eddie.
Teach you a lesson.
Oh man, Eddie. Oh man.
I feel like pickleball is a sport where it's not hard to play competent, though, because the ball doesn't move fast enough.
I think the thing with pickleball is that it's easy to pick up if you're athletic.
Well, I mean, that's true, but
you have to be athletic to play the game. I feel like
I mean,
coordinated and athletic. Otherwise, it's easy to pick up.
but I'm saying, like, compared to tennis or compared to ping pong, it is easier than both of those sports by far.
Yeah, yeah.
Tennis, the ball moves so fast and the court is so big that
you have
it
to
is
hit
really
it.
hard to cover.
You have to hit it really hard too, and like
Yeah, on pickleball, it's like, I don't know, the court is small enough and the ball is big enough and it doesn't move fast enough. So everybody has a chance to put a swing on it. So Frankie flops a nice, beautiful ace-high board here to take the lead against Miles. Miles is going to c-bet. Frankie just defended in the big blind here versus Miles is open, which I think is fine as a mix. I could see. Actually, never mind. Oh, yeah. Forgot Miles reloaded again. There we go. And they just updated that, so now he's up over 1,000.
Miles going to be betting here with his pocket tens. Did Frankie check back the flop? Oh, Frankie checked
Frankie's
the
out of
flop.
position.
So
He just
Miles is
defended
double
pre-flop.
barreling here.
Yeah, Miles, I think the flop you're still betting somewhat for value / protecting your hand. Now when you bet on the turn, you're sort of turning it into a bluff. It's kind of hard to get called by a worse hand twice here.
Yeah.
And let's see if he decides to go to showdown. Yeah, he does. So it's sort of a weird line to bet the turn and then go to showdown on the end.
Yeah, that's a play that you can use in position. I don't know if that was the right time to do it or not, but that was his plan there.
Yeah, it's just a little tough when the turn is an overcard
Yeah.
to most of the hands that you wanted to get called by on the flop.
Yeah. What was it? Ace 8. What was the lower card? Let's say it was a 6. Ace 8 6. If the turn was like a 3,
Yeah.
there's more merit to it.
Yeah, because you can still get called by an 8 or in pocket 9s, something like that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Jack now, it's like really hard to get called by any worse hands than 10s.
For sure.
It is so awkward though, because if you don't bet and you just check, now you give Frankie a chance to take it away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're always like, any call on the end is like a hero call. You know, you're almost just kind of done with the hand if you decide to check.
You know, I have to. Texas Aces and Kings. There's something that I can call you besides Texas Aces and Kings, because it's kind of hard to say that name. But mentioning that he Googled pickleball, and it says pickleball allows you to work on your balance, agility, reflexes, and hand-eye coordination without putting excessive strains on your body. Alternative for older players who used to play tennis. You know, I hear a lot of people talking about this where they say pickleball is an old person sport. And after playing pickleball, I cannot understand how that is like a true thing. Like, that doesn't even make sense to me. Like, how can that be? How can, like, 60, like they said, Nico said this to me also, that the average age of a pickleball player is like 60 years old. And I was like, how is a 60-year-old running around outside doing what we're doing earlier today? Surely they're just playing a different version of the game. Like, they're not actually, you know, diving after things and, you know, making these crazy shots. Like,
Well, of course. I mean, they're going to play to the degree that they can, but it's because of what I was just saying, which is that it's easier on you in terms of how fast you need to be to play the game. Like, playing tennis at all, if you're trying to win, it's hard to keep a rally going because you can just hit the ball far enough away from the person that unless they're pretty dang fast, they're not going to be able to sprint over there and then hit it back to you. The court's so big.
yeah.
You know, but in pickleball, it's like if I'm just like volleying with you, even if I'm trying to play pretty good, you're going to be able to scoot around and hit it back to me, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And because the ball doesn't move that fast, it's full of holes, so the air passes through it. So it's not like hitting a tennis ball at you full speed, you know? Jack's able to hit those like rocket shots, and then if you're playing back, you still have a chance to return some of them, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I guess, like, also when, like, if a bunch of people are playing in the retirement home, they don't need to be, like, smacking it.
Yeah,
in these
they're not
crazy
hitting rocket
spikes,
shots.
They can just volley it back and forth. It's pretty easy then. We're just playing it pretty aggressively, shall we say.
Yeah, we're playing to win. Playing to win. A lot of old people play disc golf too.
That makes sense to me.
But when we go play, we play to win.
Yeah, but you're not really running around with disc golf. You just start.
Not running around, but, you know, like when you watch Jack throw it, you'd be like, well, no old person could throw it like that. You know?
How far do you guys normally throw?
I mean, I can probably throw it a little over 400 feet. So that'd be like 120 yards or so. Jack can probably throw it.
And, like, accurately? Like,
I mean, that would be a bomb.
yeah.
I could throw it pretty accurately up to like 350, something like that. Jack can probably throw it closer to like 500 feet. So like an extra 100 feet beyond what I can throw it. He's got a cannon, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, he could throw it.
Can't even imagine that. How long is a football field?
100 yards.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, we got to watch this right here.
Yeah.
So, dude, Jello laid the trap with the pocket 9s, and he goes raise, 3-bet from Frankie. I actually love this play for reasons we can't get into right now, as Nick 6 wakes up with the pocket kings in the blind. He comes cold 4, and even though Nick is a loose player, this kind of re-raising still shows a lot of strength.
Oh, yeah.
Cold 4-bet.
You don't see that many cold 4-bets, even from Nick 6. Like,
Yeah.
Frankie's got to just give it to him.
Yeah. Nothing Frankie can do there. He's at the bottom of his range, especially with Jello being known to have strong hands in his limping range. When Frankie sees that and then still decides to 3-bet, I would say that ace-jack offsuit's going to be very close to the bottom of that isolating range.
I agree. For
Typically against Woodley, he would probably have a lot of hands worse than ace-jack. But just because of that lip, I think it changes things dramatically.
It does change things for sure. Ace-jack's got to be the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Maybe some ace-10 off.
Yeah,
Maybe,
sure.
But same thing.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Lil Boat's asking, are you guys going to play WSOP circuit?
Oh.
Yes, well, speaking for myself, I will be there from the 4th through the 13th probably. And our friend Nick will be here from the 4th to the 8th, you're staying to?
Something like that. I'm at least coming up for that time, and I might do more. We'll just see how it goes.
Awesome. We have our good friend Harvey going to be coming up the 9th through the 12th.
Nice, dude.
He's going to be there too.
Harvey's a cool dude.
Yeah.
Cool dude. When you see Harvey, you think that dude's going to be successful.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how I feel too.
Yeah.
Great
That's a
guy,
good-
personable, you know.
Yeah, for
Nice
sure.
guy.
Carries himself well, just well put together, you know.
Yep, for sure. I actually witnessed Harvey in a massive pot in the TCH25 game. It was it's over a 10K pot.
We got Jack over here talking a little trash about pickleball in the says he's not going to lose a singles game, an entire game of singles in the year 2023.
Oh,
To 11 points.
With 11 points, yeah. He's got to account
Which-
for variance.
Yeah, and to be fair, that could be true because we're probably not going to play very many games to 11 points. Cool.
What was that?
Sounds like Nick 6 ordered pizza.
Oh. Gotta rely on Nick 6, always ordering food, taking care of everybody. Look at that new table he got back there. Did you see that? It's like a marble table between seat 8 and seat 9. It's like Nick 6 brought his own table for the pizza.
Really? Oh, and Frankie sits down.
Just in time.
Yes, he's a beauty. He's got a 3.5K stack.
It gets your heart pumping, doesn't it? Looking down at the ace king. Oh, and Nick 6 with the ace queen.
Yeah.
Could see a cooler. Low boats, I will be there playing in that as well. We got some hands here. An ace would be crazy. No such luck. The boy out flopping everybody with the ace 4 off.
Yeah, he does. All these guys have each other's cards. Just thinking if Frankie had chosen to mix this one in with a limp right here, would have gone raised from Nick 6, multiple calls, and he would have got a sweet squeeze spot down the backside. Now it's going to be hard to get to showdown. Nick's going to take the lead right here, which is pretty sweet. This is a great board for him.
If the boy folds, this will likely just get it done.
Nice. I think so. No? Oh, yeah. I thought Frankie was pulling chips right there. I mean, it is a spot that you kind of want to float as Frankie. You can beat any non-pair hand. But you're out of position. You know Nick is not afraid to come again on the turn.
It's a hard spot to play out of position.
Yeah. I bet if Frankie could call right there to go to showdown, he would probably call for 100. I bet he thinks he's got the best hand often enough relative to the pot size.
You said if he was in position?
No, I'm saying if he could just call for the 100 to go to showdown right there.
Oh, yeah.
Like if Nick was all in for 100 or something.
I think he might call if he was in position, too.
Yeah. I'm with you on both. With you on both fronts there, buddy.
We still got 2.5 hours of action-packed Savage Sunday live stream for you guys.
Scallywag's saying he loves playing disc golf. Gotten popular over the last 3 to 5 years. Dude, it has blown up. Every time I go out to the courses, they are just covered in people, and there are literally leagues popping off at every single park.
Earlier, Jack said that we need to try to find a park to play at instead of
multiple
just
courts.
one court, so we can get multiple courts going.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll want to change our Sunday for that, but maybe another day of the week that's possible.
Yeah, I agree.
So we had a little squeeze right here as it was Nick opening, getting a couple of calls, and then the boy squeezing. Only Nick defends, and it's a great flop for him. This is the board that he might be able to take it away from the boy.
Oh, he'll have no problem taking it away on this board.
The boy gonna bet his range on this flop. Or at least I would assume so. Maybe he would check a few hands, but he's gonna bet here, and then Nick, of course, not going anywhere. And
Picking up equity.
yeah, it turns a little extra equity. Just makes a pair on the end, so Nick electing just to check it back on the turn. I think if he had gone into bet mode and then bet the river, regardless of whether he made the hand, probably would have got the boy off of this one, but instead he just checks, and then making the pair on the end, just decides to check again, try and show it down, but no good this time, and it's going to be the boy scooping in. Nice little pot there.
Matt Professor, the gamble feature in Streamlabs is unfortunately not working tonight, but we will get that fixed for the next live stream.
What kind of tickets are these guys talking about?
I'm not sure.
Where are you guys going? So Jello going with a little ISO spot here. Very, very hard to get an ISO through in this game. But I don't blame him when it's one limp and he's in the cutoff. He does immediately get called behind him by Miles. He's got the ace-7 offsuit on the button. Woodley in the straddle with the queen-3 off, and Aaron with the 5-3 off limp calls. So this is why it's hard to get an ISO through. It's actually going to be Woodley who has the best hand right now. But it's going to be Jello who decides to continue betting. Yeah, a little technical difficulty there.
Flashbang seems to have gone off.
Yeah.
Wonder if we're going to get that fixed.
Let's just watch the live stream as the action tracker. Oh, and Woodley turned his trips. Go get Eric real fast. Sorry about that, guys. Video's gone. We know TK, Texas AAKK. This is an interesting hand. Jello gonna bet again. He is feeling frisky right here. He's got Woodley, who he knows is very, very sticky. And if these graphics are right, Jello has just the 9-6, 2 diamonds. Woodley's got trips, so he's not going anywhere. He's just gonna call and let Jello continue to tell a story. And now it comes a 4th spade on the end. So if Jello is able to pull the trigger one more time, could he possibly get Woodley off of his trips? Eric is in here in the booth working on the video, guys. So we're going to try and get that back up for you here in just a second. But this pot is very interesting. Jello's in the tank right now. He's thinking about whether he wants to bluff one more time, bluff the 4 spade board. We can get that audio, and he does. He decides to stick it in 360. This is about a 2/3 pot bet or a little bit more. And Woodley with bottom trips. It's hard to bluff Woodley off of a pot, guys, but this is a spot. He might just do it. And not only is he bluffing Woodley off the pot, he's bluffing him off of trips.
This is brutal because we can't see what Woodley looks like right now.
Oh, he's in agony, dude.
I bet he's in agony.
Woodley, Eric confirming Woodley was in agony 15 minutes ago while this hand was happening. We're holding strong at 60 viewers. You guys are absolute heroes.
To be fair, when I went out there, everyone was just looking at me like I was going to call somebody in. And I'm like looking around and I'm like, why are you guys looking at me? And everyone's just like staring at me.
And Woodley is still tanking. He is absolutely giving this its due thought. This is a tough spot to call. He can only be a stone cold bluff, and Jello bet. Oh, and Woodley, he tosses it in the muck, I think. Did he toss them, Eric? They tossed into the muck.
Did he slide him?
Oh, he flicked him. He flinged him against the table.
All right, we're gonna lose a few minutes because I don't know what happened. The black magic box just quit working for some reason. So, give me just.
Are we still up? We're still going right now. Eric is just working overtime.
This just got unplugged. Oh.
Is it unplugged?
Damn it. You probably kicked it loose down here.
Ooh.
Oh, there's wires down there.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yep, that's okay. So, so what happened?
We're going to be back up any second here, guys.
Figured out the cause of the issue. And it's me. No surprise. It is me.
That is a surprise. Come on. Just might have accidentally kicked loose a wire here.
Well, we don't know for sure yet.
He says, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, no. Thank you for sticking with us through these technical difficulties, guys. I apologize very much for my transgressions.
I think we're still getting action tracker, though.
Yeah, it's all working. We just won't have any video at all. And without the video, it's pretty worthless. But they can still hear you. So you're still streaming.
Yeah, I'm going to move this out of the way here. And, okay, we're actually going to be able to see the action tracker ourselves again. Sorry, we have
You guys can't see the action tracker.
resetting that. Yeah, I think they can.
No, they can't.
No, because we're not streaming. We're broadcasting OBS.
Oh, so they can still hear.
But
They can hear us.
hear you.
All right.
They can't hear anything. They can't see anything.
Wow, this is a big reset. So sorry about that, guys. We're going to be back up in just a second here.
Mad Professor accusing the commentators of eating Taco Bell and blowing the stream up.
No Taco Bell in the booth. That's
But we did blow the stream up.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
Tell us in the chat where you are attempting to watch from.
So, John, let's talk for just a second back about the question of hitting the circuit and then how that plays into summertime in Vegas.
Oh, baby, summertime in Vegas.
Yeah, dude. So, yeah, we were actually just talking before we came over here about hitting the circuit at Choctaw and being able to do that multiple times a year as sort of a preparation for summer in Vegas. I know these next-gen boys are going to be out there playing those World Series events. I'm planning to do the same thing, and we've been playing some mixed games this year in preparation for playing some of those smaller field mixed game events at the World Series. And talking about how that gives you the best chance to win a bracelet.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Smaller fields. A lot of times there are less experienced players that decide to hop in,
No doubt, dude.
Great opportunity.
I played the 1500 Raz last year, and there were several players at my table who were still trying to get like little briefings about the rules of the game, like right before we were starting. So, you're getting to play a World Series event, $1,500 on the line, a bracelet on the line, and like you just said, a good percentage of the field barely knows the rules of the game that you're playing. That's pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought it was worth maybe the... Are we...
We're on a delay because
Oh,
You're gonna lose 15 minutes. You can keep talking.
okay.
Ooh.
Oh, gotcha, guys. Sorry about that. Oh,
that's
boy. Okay, sorry.
Oh,
To
boy.
the viewers, sorry to the production, sorry to Eric. Oh, man, sorry to the boys, Frankie, Jello, Rosie. All right, little podcasting crew. Should we get the camera up?
Yeah, we should get the camera up.
All right, let's do the camera.
So interesting
What's up,
that
guys?
it's actually interesting that Choctaw decided this year during the series. Once again, apologize for this, guys, but we'll be back here in 14 minutes.
Yeah, grab yourself some Taco Bell if you need to.
You know, take a bathroom break or something. We'll be back when you get back. Anyway, at Choctaw, they decided to have the main in the middle of their series this time instead of at the end.
Really?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, the main is the 13th through the 12th through the 15th, and then the series goes till the 22nd. It's like a whole week of events after the main.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So which events are you playing?
I haven't even looked, honestly. I plan on playing the main. I'm gonna play the 6 Max the night before, and I'm definitely playing the Gargantuan. It's
What's the buy-in for the main?
1700?
Okay, and then all of the smaller ones, is the biggest like a 400?
No, so actually, the buy-ins are slightly higher this year, by like $100.
Okay, so like in the 500 range.
Yeah,
And then the main 17.
yeah. So
Okay.
like usually it's like 400 is the biggest, and they're all like 200 or 400. This time they're like 300 and 500, most of them.
Yeah, nice, dude. So what about this summer? How many events are you planning to play? You going to play a bunch of World Series events? You going to play others around town?
I have not given too much thought to my summer, other than the fact that I will be there the entire time that the
nice.
series is going.
Cool. Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like just yet, but
Me too. I think it even just depends a little bit on like how it's going leading into the summer.
Yeah.
And like kind of how risky you want to be. Mm-hmm. Confidence plays a huge part in it. I think plays a huge part in like how well you play. Obviously, when you're going into an event, the last thing you want to be thinking about is being in any kind of a dire financial situation if it doesn't go well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, and that can happen when you're playing tournaments and you reel off a few losses in a row, which is going to happen at some point during the summer. You're going to go a few tournaments and not have a big result.
Oh yeah, you could go the whole month, the whole summer.
Exactly. That's of course possible. But like worst case scenario is that you're going to have several short spurts where it doesn't go well, or I'm sorry, that's like best case scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when that happens, depending on your own financial state, it plays a big part in like your confidence going into that 4th or 5th or 6th event after you haven't cashed the previous 3 or 4 or 5.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So like depending on how it's going in the month or 2 months leading up to it, yeah, that's going to play a huge part, and even could play a part of like how does the first 2 weeks go in regards to like what events I'm going to play in the 3rd and 4th week.
Maybe like I'll make 2 separate schedules. That seems like a lot of work, but it'll probably all be tentative. I plan to just like go through all the different types of events I want to play, like what World Series events I want to play, what off-strip like type of tournaments do I want to play, the smaller ones, and then just pick from that. No
doubt.
Like you did last summer, you kind of just wrote down the options for the day, and then just like you have all those options.
Well, Poker Atlas has that awesome list on their app where it has every tournament going on in the city by day. So you can scroll through and see like, man, sometimes there's 20 to 30 tournaments going on, all over town. Yeah, throughout the day. So pretty cool app. And I know I'm definitely planning on playing some of those smaller mixed game events off of the strip. I think the South Point, the Orleans, and Golden Nugget run a lot of ones that are like anywhere from the $200 to $500 buy-in range.
Yeah.
And so I can get some reps in those mixed games and then sort of save myself for the 1500 events for those kind of high profile ones like the Deuce to 7 triple draw, the Stud 8, Stud High, Raz, and then maybe like the 2500 Dealer's Choice. I'd have to look and see what the field size was like in the previous years for that. And then definitely planning to play a handful of those no limit events for the World Series as well, like the Millionaire Maker.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like the big ones.
The 1500 Deep Stack. I know that's a really good one. The Mini Main. Yeah, that's a good one as well. So, I'm expecting to play mostly events ranging anywhere from like 300 to 1500, with maybe around $1,000 average buy-in. something
That
like
seems
that.
pretty good.
Yeah, and Vegas offers so many options for that kind of a schedule.
I think I have to play the Venetian event that I did well in last time again.
Oh yeah, dude.
I got to play it again.
Got to defend the final
yeah.
table appearance.
For sure.
Yeah. and that
Imagine
was-
I just go back and just win it.
Yeah, guys. Literally last year we get out to Vegas and knock here very first day, very first event, 4th place Venetian final table, 25K score.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Remarkable.
Pretty
First,
sick.
first time in Vegas ever.
Yeah, first day in Vegas, final table's an event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was a 2-day event, but
Well, okay.
whatever. Yeah.
You played the first day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
final tabled at the second day. Fair enough. But yeah, very first Vegas event. That's the
Yeah.
stuff dreams are made
Oh,
of right there.
man. So I got to play that one again for sure. Maybe I have to get out there a few days early again.
Yeah,
'Cause-
I'm expecting to do that.
Yeah.
I want to have like a lot of game planning go into the preparation for the journey there, the journey back, and all of the stays in Vegas, whether that's just one Airbnb the entire time or like last year we stayed on the Strip for a couple of days leading up to the Airbnb starting. Whatever it is, like I want to plan for all of those things ahead of time, and just know ahead of time I'm going to be investing some extra resources into this trip. But that is like sort of the love of the game is
Yeah.
being out there to participate in the biggest event that it offers.
Oh, man. It's the stuff dreams are made
Oh, it's
of.
gonna be fun.
Every year, man.
How great is it every summer walking in? Well, you've done it one summer.
Yeah.
I've done it several, but every year when you walk into that room and it opens up into the biggest poker venue you've ever seen with just hundreds of tables, especially if they're all full, if there's an event going on.
Yeah. I remember the first time I walked in there, it was like overwhelming. It was like, wow, where did you all people come from? Like, there can't even be this many people.
No doubt. No doubt. And Little Boat saying the Golden Nugget does a great series. Yeah, I played a bunch of those events in past years. Had a great time over there. The venue is really nice. Yeah, just enjoy. There's actually a lot of different really great series going on at the same time out there. Played a few at the MGM Grand as well. I know,
Oh, yeah. I actually kind of like that one. Yeah, I mean, I like the MGM a lot.
Yeah,
The poker room's not the best in terms of action. They never really get higher than 2-5, and they barely get that going.
Yeah.
But I kind of like the tournament venue. Like, it's just kind of in the middle of everything, and it's kind of like, I don't know, something about
Yeah.
it. It's got a charm to it.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree with you. When they set up the tournament venue, which is actually only set up during the summers. So when you go back to Vegas, you'll see that their room actually is only that other section over to the side. It used to be bigger, and they used to get bigger games as well. I remember a guy that we used to follow on Instagram named Chase Bianchi who played some really big, like 5-10, 10-25 games there, and sometimes even bigger than that, I think. But yeah, I haven't seen anything like that in the last couple of years. So, yeah, all the action's moved down the Strip.
Ari and Bellagio.
Yeah, I heard the World Series venue actually got all new chips, and they're renovating those casinos, right?
Yeah.
Or at least the
I heard that.
Bally's.
And Bally's is getting its own poker room.
Yeah, that's going to be sweet.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm actually pretty upset I didn't take more advantage of the cash games at the series in the King's Lounge last summer.
Yeah, it's just hard to play cash games whenever you got tournaments reeling off every day of the week.
Yeah, for sure. But I think I'm going to make that a priority this summer for myself. I'm gonna be playing a good amount of cash games because it's really brutal on your roll when you just brick and brick and then you're not playing any cash, you're just playing tournaments.
Yeah.
And it can get rough, so I'm gonna supplement that with some healthy cash game hours.
Planning to play the main?
No,
Not yet.
no, not ready for that.
One more year.
One more year. Actually, maybe I will be ready for that.
Who knows?
When I win the main event at Choctaw, I'll have plenty of money.
Well, then definitely you'll be ready. Definitely you'll be ready for that. But even if that doesn't happen, which I'm expecting it to, but even if you don't win the main at Choctaw, I think that there's a very good chance you could just be ready.
Yeah, maybe I will be. Who knows?
Things move fast in poker, dude.
Yeah. And that has been very evident to me.
Yeah.
For sure.
No doubt. A lot of great opportunities out there, a lot of awesome games, and you never know when you're going to have that one huge day or that one huge heater over the course of several days or several weeks, and you never look back.
Yeah, that could be the end of it. Just skyrocket.
Skyrocket. Boom. All right. Nice. Yeah. So Mad Professor saying it's uncomfortable in the King's Lounge. I would kind of agree with you that it feels like there's so much so much to be aware of when you're in that space other than just playing cards, just like focusing on the poker aspects of it. You know, there's so many well-known players around. All of the tournaments are happening. They've done such a good job of making the room look really cool, the King's Lounge itself, with all of the setup and everything, that there's a lot of fanfare around which tables you're playing in, people kind of peeking in over the railing to see how big the games are. And I think all of that can mess with your head a little bit when you're just there to play cards.
Yeah.
You know?
That's fair. It's so big. Like the whole room.
Yeah. It's overwhelming.
There's so much noise and I mean, that was actually the first thing I noticed when I walked in, is just how loud the chip shuffling is.
Yeah.
In a room like that.
Yeah, when you have just thousands of people shuffling chips.
Shuffling their chips.
No doubt, dude.
I find it so funny that has become such a normal thing to do, is just to like fidget with the things in front of you. Like everyone does that. I can't ever not fidget with my chips.
Yeah, isn't
like,
that interesting?
I'm always shuffling them. I'm literally shuffling them, look down at my cards, fold, shuffle. I shuffle them during the hand. Like I look at my cards, holding them, and I'm shuffling with the other hand.
Yeah, I know. That's something that I did for years and years and years, and then put a little bit of conscious effort into not doing it quite so often. I would just find that my like joints and my fingers like felt like they were almost getting a little carpal tunnel from just moving like that all the time after doing that for years and years. So.
I'm already starting to feel that. I'll eventually have to make that conscious effort as well.
So I think these guys right here are talking about a meetup game that they're planning on having.
It's the Chat Pro meetup game.
Chat Pro meetup game. Is that on January 8th right here? They're talking about in the private room. Guys, confirmed for us. 2 tables, January 8th. What day would that be? Is that going to be a Monday?
Nope, that is a Sunday.
That is a Sunday. That is next Sunday.
Yeah, but it's at noon.
At noon.
Yeah,
okay, so how long is the meetup game for?
Let us know the details, guys.
Yeah, so we can shout it out for y'all. Get a little Chat Pro meetup game going. That's going to be fun. What are you guys playing? 1-2, 2-5? I wonder if we could... Nope, not yet. Not yet. So we got about 2 minutes left here, guys, before we are going to be back up and running. So sorry for that delay. We've had some technical problems come from all directions. This time it was sort of our fault here in the booth. Had some...
Take fault for that.
Yeah, had some wiring down here below the table that we did not know was a no-go danger zone. And accidentally kicked it.
To be fair.
Knocked something out of the wall.
Just to defend myself. What is this?
Yeah.
Just saying. What is that?
All right, so Captain Underpair is answering for us here. They're going to play in 1-2, maybe 1-3. Sunday, 3 to 4 hours. So they're going noon to 3, noon to 4. Awesome. So, yeah, looks like they're going to have the private room for you. Who are these commentators? I am Nick Morgan. This is John Hardy, a.k.a. Nocturnal Beats.
We are your commentators for every Savage Sunday stream. You've been here before.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Come on.
Matt Prof has been here before.
Yeah,
I remember
Prof.
struggling with his name for like 10 minutes.
Forever. Come on, Matt Prof.
Yeah, dude.
Come on. You're here every week. You know us.
And we are, I guess, going to be back here next weekend, right after the meetup game.
I'm not going to be here next weekend.
Oh, where you? Oh, you're going to be in Choctaw.
I'm still going to be in Choctaw.
That's right. That's right. That's
You're not
right.
going to see me next weekend. I will be firing hard at Choctaw. Firing hard.
No doubt. And I will be up there this week, but I will be back to report about our shenanigans next Sunday.
And I'll be tuning in.
And John will be tuning in?
I'll be in the chat, keeping you company.
No doubt. Looking forward to it. All right, guys. So we got 10 seconds here.
It's time to get back into the action, guys.
Pop back in.
I'm going to keep my feet as far as I possibly can from under this desk. I'll tell you that much.
All right, guys. Let's kill the camera and let's get back to work here.
Oh, no. Oh, and we're back.
See if we can get the table audio up here.
Let's check these win stats while we work on that.
Yeah, nice.
Looks like nothing has changed that much. Woodley is down $3,600.
Ouchie.
Not a good day for Woodley.
Yeah, it looks like he's basically fueling all of the winnings from all of the winners.
Yeah.
And that is Frankie and Jay, who were both up before we left. Aaron as well. And I think all 4 of these guys were up before we left.
Unfortunately, Matt Professor, I don't think that Streamlabs will work. That was not our doing, though. It's just not working today. And that will be fixed for the next live stream.
Boom, boom. And for some reason, our table audio buddy is not coming up here. Eric? Sorry, Eric. Oh, no. Oh, we're the worst. I'm sorry. Oh, and it looks like something is happening right now with Nick 6. Did he double here, or is he rebuying?
Yeah, I got it. Don't worry.
What's he got for us?
Well, I actually know how to fix it.
Nice.
Because I have one of these myself.
Boom.
Never mind.
Okay.
Oh no.
Are these guys waiting for us?
Waiting? No, there's no way they waited for us. Surely there's no way they waited for us.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't have any action right now, but it looks like we're about to.
What's that? They wait for us? No, we had to get accurate chip counts. Oh, okay.
Nice. They're updating chip counts. That'll be perfect. All right, here we go, guys. And we got cards in the air, and we got Eric fixing the table audio. He is a wizard. Not getting anything right now. Boom, and we got action.
Did we miss anything? Did we miss anything? No. You jammed when I shot at the 40.
Okay.
Okay, we didn't miss anything really. Okay.
All right, guys, and we got several beautiful playable hands right here. So we are back in the mix.
15 minutes.
Woodley's opening it up. He's going to get 3 calls from Aaron, Jello, Miles, and a 4th from the boy.
Yeah, you'll get 15 minutes.
Yep.
So the boy flops the open ender right here. Woodley with the best of it, flopping top 2 pair. Beautiful. Little something for everybody, actually. Aaron with a gutter, Jello and Miles, both with 2nd pair. Jello's got the backdoor flush draw with his, and he decides to stick around. Very natural for Woodley to c-bet here after being the original opener. Miles also going to decide to stick around. I thought after it went bet and call, he might decide just to fold his 10, but he's going to peel, not knowing that he is essentially drawing dead.
Wow, Woodley's got a hammerlock on this hand other than the boy.
Yep.
And that is going to slow down the boy, likely. I think if Woodley comes big again, that'll just take the hand down.
That's very possible. Woodley's reputation, you never know what it might earn him.
We also have confirmation here that we will be getting table audio in 15 minutes.
All right, dude. So the boy right here has decided just to turn his hand into, well, after calling on the flop, he's now going to lead as a bluff. It's not going to work. Woodley's got top 2 pair.
Woodley hates seeing that card.
Yeah, no doubt. And actually now Woodley loses to any ace-x hand. Trying to think of some ace-X that might have led on the turn.
The
Not going to
boy's-
matter.
The boy's going to give it up, and Woodley just checks it back.
Yeah.
Probably scared of the boy's ace X of hearts.
Yeah, and I got to say that was pretty ambitious to lead right there into 4 players
Yeah.
when the turn is actually pretty bad for your hand.
Yeah, I think that was probably, I mean, we've all been there, where it's like you have a way that you think the hand's going to go, and then a card comes off, and you're like, why did it have to be that card?
Yeah.
And you still do it anyway, you know. I actually had a spot like that yesterday where I bluffed on the river because I said I was going to, and it was a bad card. And I was like,
Yeah.
700.
You still did it.
It didn't work.
It never does.
Never does. Every time I bluff, it doesn't work.
All right, boys. We got the double straddle on here. And we got Frankie opening to 60 immediately. He's got the ace-queen. Hayden folds the king-jack off right behind him. I like that. Good disciplined fold. Especially when you got some action players behind you. He's got Nick 6. Coming in with the 2-8s. And Woodley can't even defend his straddle. He's got the 7-4 offsuit.
That's never stopped him before.
Yeah. I know. I'm kind of surprised he didn't defend, actually.
And Frankie going to outflop Nick 6 here.
Yeah, beautiful flop for ace queen with the ace of diamonds.
Can't get much better than that.
He's going to c-bet, and I'm assuming he's going to get some action.
Of course. I have this odd feeling that Nick 6 is going to raise the turn. I don't know why. It's just like 6 cents.
Nick is kind of begging Frankie to check. Oh, he's using epic speech play. I wish we had audio. I'm sorry, guys. The audio will be back in a few minutes.
Oh, he bets 175.
Gosh, I love Nick's speech play. I was working so hard on my speech play this weekend. Nick's an inspiration for that.
Well, I was wrong. He does not raise. I don't know why I had that feeling. Frankie's going to win a nice one here.
Yeah, he is, and I think there's a decent chance he's going to get another clean street of value here. Oh, Frankie checks. He's going to just check and allow Nick to... Nick's going to value bet thinly. I mean, Frankie could have cost himself against this hand if Nick had decided just to check back. But Nick going for value, which I don't blame him at all. And Frankie now going to decide if he wants to call or raise. He just calls. It's a little tight. I think I would probably consider going for a little extra there.
You think so?
Why not?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Not against everyone, though.
No, probably not, but...
I'm happy Cup clarified himself there.
Don't drink and drink. I mean, drive.
Oh, man.
Hey, Har. Be nice, buddy. Why do they give him action? Because they like to play cards. They like to see flops.
And to be fair, Har, they went on Hustler and then got invited back.
Yeah, they did. And I bet they'll get invited back again.
Oh, there's no need to remove the comment, guys. It's okay. We love the trolls.
Oh, yeah, dude. Did someone remove it?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Yeah, bring on the trolls, baby.
No more censorship. Come on.
Okay, dude. So we've got our first really good 7-deuce off attempt right here. What's up, my man?
Oh, what a guy.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Nick.
you.
Nick always good for snackies.
Delivering the pizza.
Maybe I'll eat some in a little bit. And so Jello here is our first real 7-deuce off attempt. He opens to 80. I think that was an 8x open. I think this was a single straddle pot. And there's going to be multiple calls as expected. Miles is going to flop a 10. Jello's going to say this dry board is good enough to go for a c-bet into 4 players. It's pretty ambitious. He is going to get his 2 stickiest players out of the way, and now it's just going to be Miles who's got a 10 there, and if Jello is feeling ambitious, he might have a chance. There's 500 in the pot. He's got 650 back. Is it enough to get Miles off of his hand?
Oh, I have a spoiler for this one.
He's going to break it into 2 bets. It's going to be 240 this time and 410 on the end if he decides to go for it. I do love his decision to go at least twice if you're going to go once. I think it would be kind of pointless to c-bet once into 4 players and expect it to work often enough on its own to just give up on the turn. So I like that he decided to go again. It's not going to work on the turn. And now there's 400 left with 960 in the middle. Did he game plan this well enough to get Miles off of a 10 here? Jack's a pretty good card.
Jack's a great card.
Makes ace king. Makes ace jack. Oh, and Jello checks. Oh, he checks and allows Miles just to check back at 10.
Oh, that was not what I thought was going to happen.
Agony. Oh, that is agony, dude.
When I walked out there, I said, did I miss anything? You know, from our downtime, I said, did I miss anything? And Jay said, oh, you know, just a standard shove with 7 high. Nothing, you know, nothing.
Oh,
and I thought
it was that.
I thought it was that.
Oh, no. Well, now you blew it for the next one.
No. I think that was like when we were dark. I think we missed something.
Oh, man. Mad Professor saying the perfect card for 7-deuce to keep bluffing. I know. Gosh, that is agony. 10-6 goes to showdown and beats you.
Brutal.
Oh, man. I feel like Jello just like probably should have a different plan if you're not going to bet that card on the end. Maybe it's not worth it to try and bluff into 4 people in the first place if you're not going to be able to keep going on that run out.
Maybe he didn't game plan it properly and then arrived at the river and realized he didn't think he had enough back to get the fold.
Yeah. I thought maybe that could happen whenever I saw the stack size on the end. It's like, oh, is he going to suddenly realize, dang, I don't know if I have enough left for this to work. Ouchie. Ouchie. All right, run out is generous to Aaron. And he's going to win a small one.
Taking him down. We got 72 of you guys.
Wow, you guys are epic.
You guys are great. Thank you for sticking with us through all those technical difficulties and having to suffer through me and Nick's faces for 15 minutes.
I mean, suffering is a strong word.
Hit that like button, guys. I know we don't deserve it right now, but we're trying. We're trying.
We deserve it. We're fun to listen to.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. And we are going to have table mics.
Any minute now.
Yeah,
any
second. And here goes Jello.
He's ripping it. Looks like there was a $40 straddle.
Yeah, I think this is like a 10 big blind shove. Pretty reasonable.
Interesting to see Jay just fold the king 10 off without any thought for 10 bigs. But, you know,
Yeah.
it's not just 10 bigs. It's
Yeah.
$400.
Yeah. That's true. And you got several loose players behind you. And also, it's not like there's only 2 blinds behind you. You still got the triple straddle left to act. There's still 5 more players.
Wouldn't be terribly surprised to see Nick 6 gamble here for $400.
No, me neither. What about Aaron with the king 5? They're suited. Nah, he's out of there.
No, he's not calling. No way. No chance.
He's out of there.
I don't even think he's looked at his cards yet.
Well, he didn't snap fold.
He's posturing.
I hope he calls. Oh.
No, he's not going to call. He's posturing. You know how hard he worked to run that stack up? I don't know why he hasn't folded yet, though.
He's thinking about it. You don't give this guy credit.
You're right.
Come on, Aaron.
You're right.
He folds.
I know.
No surprise.
Give Nick 6 those cards.
Oh, yeah, he'd be in there.
He's in there.
Especially if he's the last act. All right, boys. I'm guessing that we're going to have a round of straddles like that. Because Aaron doesn't seem like the kind of guy who'd be just like snap putting on the triple straddle. Oh, yeah, triple. 10, 20, 40. Yeah, the triple straddle.
Yeah.
That seems like something that would have to be encouraged. But here we go. No straddle on this one. 10. Just
I guess I
single.
think they must have convinced him one time.
One time. Maybe they just berated him into it. Scaredy cat. Nitty kitty.
What's the biggest straddle you've ever put on, Nick?
Probably. Oh, what do you know?
Go.
There we
Big
go.
audio is back.
I think 80. I think
Same
I can
for me.
remember us doing a 20, 40, 80.
Yeah, 80 for me too.
Yeah.
You know when I did it?
When?
The Lodge 1-3 game.
Really?
I was at
1-3.
the Lodge and I was hammered. Like this is like a year ago or more. I was hammered and the whole table was drinking and we were going crazy with the straddles. Like
Yeah.
it was like 1-3, 10, 20, 40, 80.
Wow.
And like every hand. And they were just like, come on, throw it on. I'll throw the next one on.
Yeah, that's how mine happened
Yeah.
too. Was people saying that if I would do it, then they would do the 160.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what can I say?
Okay. How was I supposed to turn down you throwing the 160 on? Like,
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, it's so nice to have the backtrack of audio.
yeah.
Just
it
listening to
really
our
is.
own voices in the abyss. Just is
Yeah.
like,
I wasn't a fan of that.
not a fan, not a fan.
Looks like Jello made a quite. Oh no, he had an open ender, but not really a good open ender.
Yeah. Wasn't it already a one-liner on the top side?
Yes, it was.
So even if he hit the top, it would just make a straight on the board?
Yeah, correct. Ambitious bet gets raised immediately by 2 pair.
Oh, boys, it feels so good to be back with the audio, back with the video. It has been quite the journey to get here. We appreciate you hanging with us. We got 75 of you guys. We are peaking tonight.
Imagine I accidentally kicked the wire again. I'd just go home.
Dude, I cannot imagine that. I don't want to.
I would just go home.
Yeah, it's hard enough to imagine the time it actually happened.
Oh, Matt Professor, I cannot morally co-sign what you just said. I can't do it. I think that was wrong.
Hit him with the sneaky look. How do you look at your hand before you straddle? Because straddling is supposed to happen before the cards even come out.
I think what he meant was he got dealt the card and then like quick looked it and was just like, "Can I straddle? I haven't looked yet."
Oh, we'll have to get confirmation on that.
I mean, like, you know, you could sneak look one card, maybe.
One card.
Yeah, you could like the one card sneak look.
Nice little flop for Nick 6. Flop in top pair and a backdoor flush draw. Look at Aaron. He sits up like 50. What is this guy talking?
He was talking about putting 15 and doing a single board hold'em bomb pot. If you can imagine something more miserable than doing a single board hold'em bomb pot.
I don't know, dude. It's poker is poker. Just betting on cards in different ways. I think it could still be fun. He sneak looked at both cards.
The double card sneak look.
I mean, I'm almost going to blame the dealer and the other players for not noticing that you straddled after all of the cards have been dealt out and you had time to sneak look them.
Oh, man.
I'm not going to get too deep into it. It's a bold attempt, I'll give you that.
Did somebody just fold ace-king off to...
I feel like that had to be a typo or it was...
I could swear.
I mean, I saw it too, but who was it?
I mean, let's think about it here.
Right behind Miles.
It was Aaron. Oh, no. Oh, it was Jack. He's away from the table.
Oh. Brutal. And the boy has ace queen. And Jack has a short stack.
And now he's back.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jack.
Brutal.
You missed your chance, buddy. Oh, that would have been a double for him.
Dude, it just seems crazy that they would... I mean, it's not like you're just straddling for 10 in a 2-5 game and you normally straddle and then whatever. Like, you straddle all in for your whole stack after all of the cards have been dealt out. And so you just, like, sneak looked. So it was more like you were saying you were going to go all in blind, and then the dealer confirmed for you that, yeah, he didn't actually look. Because I don't know if I'd even call that a straddle. Put your whole stack out there after all the cards have been dealt. It's a sick story, though.
Yeah.
And a sick move to do the sneak look.
The sneak look.
Not sure I would do it or not, but I got to give you credit for the bold move.
I don't think I've ever done the sneak look. One time I did do the quick look. And by the quick look, what I mean is I quickly looked at my hand before someone could convince me to put the straddle on. And then said, oh, I already looked at my hand. And
So that you wouldn't have to straddle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm a nit, too.
That was a nitty story. I once pulled off this move where someone was trying to convince me to straddle, and I got away with not doing it.
Oh, man. It's expensive to put the 20 on every time, man.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. You throw the 20 on occasionally, I mean.
I can totally relate to you, though. Just don't tell anyone.
I think you just did.
All right, so Jay opened here, got defended by a couple of weak hands. Everybody whiffs. He c-bets, and unless Miles wants to get real tricky, yeah, he's just going to fold. Jay going to take it down.
Oh, Matt Professor, Parks, PA. I hear they have a great 10-10 game. Been wanting to return to the Northeast at some point.
That PA, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
A little counterintuitive abbreviation.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? There's a P and an A in it.
Yeah.
There's P at the beginning, A at the end.
It's true. There are some other states that have some weird ones as well.
Yeah. What do you think about just PN for Pennsylvania? Doesn't that seem...
I feel like PN is better.
Feels more intuitive to me.
Maybe it's because... I How about just PE?
PE would be my second choice behind PN.
I think PE's better than PN. Honestly, I think PN might be the worst one, actually.
What?
I think PA's better than PN.
Why?
Because I know it better.
What? PN.
Also, when you say Pennsylvania, the N isn't a n sound. You know, it's an like,
Pennsylvania. I feel like those are the two most. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
I feel like the P and the N are the two most notable sounds in the word. And Mr. Nick sticking his head back in the door. Let's just pop this open and put it in there. Perfecto. And then maybe I'll just snag something like that. Perfecto. And we're back in the action here. Little something for both of these guys. This was a double straddle pot where Nick limped in and Miles ISO'd him. Nick limp calls, but flops the best of it. And it's going to go bet and call here. Turns a brick. And now Miles probably thinks he still has the best hand most of the time. He's cutting out chips. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's going to bet here to protect his hand. Keep getting value. Obviously, Nick can call him with a bunch of draws. Some worse queens. Probably Nick would still continue here with some worse pocket pairs as well. Maybe even a 6x hand. So lots of value to get. And even still here on the end, there is still value. Miles might want to consider checking to give Nick a chance to bluff at a board like this that he bricked off. Or he might want to bet and just try and get called by a queen. We have seen Nick go light though, meaning value bet thinly on the end. So it's possible that Miles could check here and boom, there it is. He checks, Nick rips it in. And Miles calls quickly. Nick with a little bit of trash talking afterwards, too. Oh, my gosh. I love that. He says, you can let it go. You know you're beat. Tosses it into the muck. And that all happens so quickly right there.
Oh, no. Did I miss some famous Nick 6 speech play?
I mean, it was, yeah. I mean, it was after the hand, just like a needle job. He busted him. It was Miles betting twice for value with ace-queen on the king-queen board. Nick has a king. He calls twice, and then on the end, Miles check calls. And Nick shoves for a stack, doubles up, and the whole sequence happened really fast. And then Nick's up out of his seat, and Miles is like not showing his cards or not throwing him in the muck, and Nick's like, you can just throw those away. You know you're beat.
Gotta love Nick 6, man.
Gotta love it. Let's go, dude.
Not only does he bring pizza into the booth, he gets people to fold their hands by sheer verbal aggression.
Yeah, that was sweet. Boom. Nick says he had a good read on the situation. I agree with him. He didn't even think about anything except shoving his whole stack right there with king, kind of bad kicker, king 8, I believe. So he's trying to get called by a hand worse than a king, and he targeted exactly what Miles had right there, and Miles snapped him off. Immediate snap call.
Boom.
Boom.
So I stepped out to get a water, and I saw they got a new 2-5 game going.
Oh, nice. You gonna be jumping in that after the?
Not for me.
Not tonight.
Not for me. I haven't been playing much on Sundays. It's been my day to just kind of hang out. Sometimes I play afterwards, but it feels nice to just have a day I don't do that.
Yep.
But I've been getting there every other day. And
boy.
in that 2-5 game is Tricky Fish.
Oh, nice. Can't believe Tricky Fish isn't in this game.
Yeah, I think he's an alternate. and some other familiar faces in that game as well.
Dude, we got Mr. Jello right here. Sitting on a shorter stack. He's got about $400. But he's got the 2 aces. And he goes raised to 20 from Aaron. Jello with the 3-bet.
Interesting to see Jello not top off yet.
Yeah.
Just probably thinking he's going to have a lot of profitable spots to double up here and make a free $400, basically.
This very well could be one of those. Nick cold calls, so we might even have a triple up opportunity. A little bit of a whiff.
Whiff for everybody.
Nick's got 2 overcards and some backdoor draws. Backdoor straight draws. Aaron has a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
I would like to think Jello would bet like 60 here. All right, around there.
I think 60 seems pretty good too off of his stack size.
I don't think he's going to get floated by next 6, but Aaron might for 60. Yeah, or 75, yeah. 7 would be brutal. Oh, but he hits a card that he might get the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah, is Jello going to break this into 2 bets here? He's got 280.
No, he's going to put it in. And now Aaron's going to go into the tank because he's got a pretty good draw. Is he getting the price? Not quite.
I'd say no.
He calls. One time. That's a brick. Jello's going to get the more than double up.
Yeah, dude.
And that is why he's not topping up.
There you go. Gets it in against the old King 6. Gut shot just enough to keep Aaron around for one more street.
Picks up the death card.
Yeah. Picks up the death card. We could see from his actual hand and his actual equity that he was not quite getting the price there, but he doesn't know that he's up against aces.
And it also wasn't that far off.
Yeah, for sure. And against Jello's range, he's doing a little better than he's doing against that hand, so.
Yeah. He's got to assume his king is likely live. Jello is going to chip up to $900 here. No need to top up when you get aces and double up. Let me pull up these winnings here real quick. $2,700 for Frankie. $1,100 for Jay sneaking up there.
And Hayden, who's been quiet today,
2 jacks.
picking up a beauty. Oh, that's sad for him. Nick 6 had the 9-8 suited, and it gets mocked.
We would have seen a hand there. I think that was the exact moment that Nick 6 was bringing in the rest of the pizza to us.
Dude, we're still going to see a hand here. We're going to see a squeeze, and then Hayden with the choice of whether he wants to call and allow Miles to potentially come in behind him, or if he's going to 4-bet.
I think this is likely to go. How much did he make it? 120?
150.
I think this is likely to go 4-bet to 400 here.
And Woodley
Oh.
going to mix things up as he's going to be in there, and now it's going to be Hayden.
Now it might be like, oh, but he's only got 1,500 in his stack. I think he's still likely 4-bet here to like 450. I think a 4-bet's coming, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think 450 to 500 range seems decent. But honestly, if I were in his spot, I might actually just rip it.
I think their stacks are going. Oh, he just rips it?
Right as I said that. Yeah. I didn't think he would, but that's likely what I would do.
Yeah.
I thought he would likely
agree with you.
4-bet to a smaller size, like 500 or something. But this, I like this play. I'd like to do this with Jacks and Ace-King. Like Jacks, 10s, depending on the players, and Ace-King. Sometimes Ace-Queen is a bluff. Feels good to just rip it.
Yeah. I'm with you 100%. I'm with you 100%. You got 400. Sorry, almost $400 in the middle. You got about 4x a pot.
Boy rips it.
Perfect hand for it.
Oh, Oh, and Woodley hates it, but he folds the 9s, and we have a classic flip here with a dead $150 in the pot from Woodley. Exactly what Hayden was hoping for. And I've come to realize that these spots aren't actually flips. 57% for Hayden. The pair always has more than 55% usually in those spots.
And it
It's
breaks
clean.
off. Oh, looks like they're going twice.
They're going twice.
Not so savage Sunday.
Not so savage.
It's a big pot, 3.3K out there.
Flops clean again.
Yeah, and we could see his scooper here. Oh, ace on the turn. Jack on the end! Oh my God! Oh! Wow, and Hayden gonna scoop a big one. I think that's our biggest pot of the day. $3.3 thousand pot. Going Hayden's way.
Oh.
Pretty classic right there, and I think.
Oh, and Woodley had 9s.
Oh yeah, that's
board.
right. And Woodley probably would have ripped it. Yeah, and I think once you see Woodley's 9s pop up there in the big blind, the money's just going in because he's going to cold call, and then that's just going to force Hayden to have to 4-bet.
Yeah.
And probably 4-bet for his whole stack like he did. You know, I think like what you were saying, if Woodley doesn't cold call, I doubt that he. Well, I think there's almost no chance that he shoves.
No chance, yeah. You think he chooses that 400, sizing then?
Yeah, I mean, right around there somewhere for sure. Because it was 150, 30, 30, 150. He's got position. So, yeah, 400 to 450 range, something like that.
Seems right.
Just about right.
But then
you also got to consider your own stack size and...
yeah, I think that 400 to 450, but not really more than 450 goes well with the 1500 starting stack.
Yeah.
You can't really be going over 500.
Yeah, you don't want to go so much that you commit. Well, you do want to commit yourself, but you don't want it to be obvious to your opponent that you're committing yourself.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. Correct.
And that 4 to 450 seems just about right for that.
I like it. But then with Woodley putting in the 150 with a wide variety of hands, we have to assume. You just got to put it in there.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me of a time I recently did this where I was at a similar spot to this, and I shoved $2,000 with Ace King. A similar spot. Pretty big shove, about 10x. I got called by pocket 6s.
Really?
I lost.
Wow. Yeah, that's painful. Yeah. Wow.
Some celebration
Oh,
in
Kim
and Hayden's house.
Yeah, dude. It sounds like her and Emmy were vectoring in that jack on the end.
Yeah.
No witchcraft allowed, Kimmy.
I think they cheered after the fact.
She said they cheered for it. I thought she
Yeah.
said cheered it in for some reason. Boom. Big jack on the river. Hayden got another nice looking starting hand here. Pocket 10s. Oh, this is the bomb pot,
That
huh?
is their single board bomb pot.
Yeah, no one's got a deuce.
You see Frankie with the 8-5 off and under the gun, and you're just like, well, how did this happen?
Yeah, and looks like Jay's got the best of it. I think he's the only one with the jack.
Yeah.
Very interesting that a jack is still only 53% against the field actually here.
Yeah, King 8 has 16, and Hayden has pocket 10s with 11%, 2 outs for that. Yeah, interesting. He's just going to take it down probably, right? Oh, he gets called by Miles. Ooh,
Miles.
King 8. Just drills it. Just drills it.
Drills it.
Just drills it. How does he just drill it?
I don't know, dude. That is insane.
Oh, Kim, I feel the exact same way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I feel the same exact way about showing my hand. Like, people always ask me, you want to show? No. I don't show my cards at all until the last card has come out on the board. Miles is going to lead and take that down. I feel like every single, that happened to me at Choctaw when I got it in. I got it in bad. It was like 10s versus queens all in, and I flop the 10, immediately flip my 10s over, bam, queen on the turn.
Oh.
Like,
Every time.
every time. It's like, why am I doing this? Just like hold my hand. Just sit there.
This is the easiest leak in my game to clean up. And it's the biggest thing costing me money.
I would save so much money.
Yeah, dude. Gotta do better. These kids gotta do better.
It's embarrassing, too.
When you flip your cards over and then
Confidently
immediately
flip your cards
vector
over,
in
like-
the worst card possible.
Yeah, and then it hits, and you're just like, you went from all confident, like, yeah, that pot's mine. Like, oh, and your cards are just face up in the air on the table.
Oh, and you said this wasn't a tournament?
No, it wasn't. It was a cash.
I just at Chalk Talk.
I mean, it was more expensive because it was a cash game.
I know, but how bad is it when it's a tournament and you have to literally get up and leave the table?
Well, the difference is that you have no choice but to show your cards, and so you can't do the premature show.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saying the arrogance at which people flip their
Okay,
cards over,
okay.
you know?
Yeah,
Like
I'm with you.
I flip my cards over, like, oh, sorry, man. And then queen, I'm like,
Sorry.
oh. Tuck your tail between your legs, just walk out.
All right, so this is a straddle pot with multiple limps here. Looks like there was about $40 in the middle, and Jello just makes it 100, which puts a hand like pocket deuces from Frankie in an interesting spot, and he decides just to let it go.
And Jello is not deep enough for any sort of shenanigans there.
Yeah. Are the commentators superstitious? I would say that is not a very good word. The connotation of what that word means is not very good to describe what I am, but there would definitely be some crossover.
I would say I am not at all. I don't think I am, at least.
I would say that I'm more... I would rather use the word like obsessively compulsive, like OCD, as opposed to superstitious. I like to do things in a very, very particular way because I feel like it keeps it in flow.
That's fair. Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Actually, I guess I am kind of superstitious in a way because, what do you call it? Like, you know how like sometimes... Okay, so actually there was a situation actually at TCH yesterday with the bomb pot that blew my mind that this was a floor rolling. Basically, the dealer forgot to deal the fourth card in the PLO bomb pot to the button, and it already burned, put out both flops, and then realized that the guy only had 3 cards on the button. The floor was called, and the floor said that they won't missteal a bomb pot. And either his hand's dead and we could be nice and give him his money back or not, essentially. Like, but they were not going to misdeal a bomb pot, essentially. So now I'm sitting there and I'm saying, this is not what the flop should be. That bothers me.
Yeah,
Like, that type of stuff really bothers me.
exactly.
Yeah. Like, I'm really happy that they do the thing where, like, if a card gets flipped, they skip that person and they don't give them the card right off because it doesn't change other things. That stuff bothers me a lot, but that's like the extent of my superstition. I want that when the deck is shuffled and cut, I want the hand to play out exactly as it's supposed to, with no other, like, whatever the flop is going to be, it has to be that. Like, when the people accidentally, like, put the turn out too soon and they have to shuffle it back in the deck, it drives me insane. I don't like that at all.
What about if you're the guy that they misdeal and accidentally you have to take the burn card?
Oh, in the mixed games?
No, I just mean like in any normal Hold'em game.
Oh, when I had to take the burn card? Yeah, that bothers me too. I mean, anything that when it's not as it should be, but it doesn't bother me as much because at least the flop is the same.
Yeah.
But like...
But your card specifically is not the same.
Yeah, I know. It's anything like that bothers me. Yeah.
All right, dude. Aaron's all in here. He's got the trips. Jay's got bottom pair,
I'm drawing dead.
and he calls.
Well, he wasn't drawing exactly dead, I guess, but drawing essentially dead.
And now he is. And sweet for Aaron. Gets a nice little double there. Just kind of happened out of nowhere. 4-way raise pot, flop trips,
Very small.
get action. That's how it's done.
All that, yeah. Small stack, easy to double up. Does it. Now he's got a $750 stack. He's running it up again. I don't know if that counts as superstition, though, necessarily.
That's what I was saying. It's like there's crossover, you know.
I just want things to be as they should.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if somebody just asked me the flat question, like, does something like that affect your luck? I would have to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
Even though that seems kind of counterintuitive from a logical sense. Like, it's all about flow.
Mm-hmm.
You know? If you're in good flow and things are just, like, rolling for you, you can feel momentum going your way. And so when something like that breaks your rhythm, like they give you the wrong card, you know, obviously you want to try and get back into flow as fast as possible. But if you feel it break it a little bit, you know, where all of a sudden it feels like things just aren't like rolling right along like they're supposed to. Yeah, I think that affects your luck.
Yeah, I mean, it can also drastically affect things because, I mean, if for example, if it's like you get the burn card and you play, or someone else gets the burn card and you play against them and they like flush you or something like that, like,
Yeah.
bro, that would just drive me insane. Like, and it's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb in a way because like those things will equally help you and hurt you at an exact even amount.
Hold on just 1 second,
Jello.
dude.
Jello's going to shut me right up, and he's going to, unfortunately, we don't know.
Oh, boy,
Still
this is going to be
30%
interesting.
equity.
Yeah, dude, he's got a 30% chance. He says just once, baby. If they put a 7 or a deuce out there, this is going to be painful.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
wow.
gosh. Oh. Oh, my gosh, dude. And this was a limp squeeze shove spot right here from Jello.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Hayden's being a good sport about it.
Nick giving Jello some love for that play right there. That is epic. So Jello limps for 10 with the 7 deuce, gonna allow the table to act and just kind of see what happens. It goes raise, call, and then he just rips it in with the 7 deuce off, the limp squeeze shove. Of course, Hayden snaps him off with ace king suited. The rest is history. Wow. I mean, you have to love the play from Jello to mix that in as a limp squeeze candidate, though, when you know that he's doing that with strong hands and has the reputation of doing that with strong hands. I'd actually be really curious to see what Hayden would do with some of his fringe candidates. Like, how light is he actually going to call off right there?
Yeah, I wonder.
Ace-queen offsuit? What do you think?
Maybe.
Kimmy, do you think Hayden's going to call with ace-queen offsuit right there when Jello limp shoves? What did he have? 800?
760 or something.
760, and what was the ISO to?
I didn't see that.
I did see, and then forgot. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that, but I will do this, which is...
Oh, it won't do it in the middle of the hand, I don't think. Yeah, we gotta wait till after the hand.
Yeah, she says ace-king. Probably no ace-queen. Says Hayden maybe just made the next-gen vlog, I bet.
Yeah, Hayden definitely made the next gen vlog. Whiff the flop, both players.
Yeah, major whiff. You know, Woodley is tricky. Is he going to figure out a way to get this away from Aaron? Aaron bets here. Bets to protect his hand a little bit, which is nice. Doesn't give Woodley a chance to do anything tricky. He just folds and Aaron scoops in a nice little pot right there.
The additional needle for Hayden there was after having to pay out Jello his stack.
Oh, yeah,
Had to
dude.
throw him the extra 20 for the 7-2.
Classic. And here's our updated charts. Still got Frankie up there dominating. Woodley having a tough day.
Frankie's been quiet after his monumental run in the beginning of the
Yeah,
stream.
first like 2 orbits. Chat saying Hayden's a class act. Handled that like a champ, absolutely.
Big smile on his face.
Yeah, I'm not surprised though. Seems like exactly the type of guy who would not get mad about that.
How could you get mad about that?
Yeah,
How could you?
for sure. Especially when you play as much poker as he has and play well and win a lot of money playing the game. You can have a good time laughing about those sorts of things.
Yeah.
Unless your name is Phil Hellmuth.
Yeah, you can.
Unless you've made a living building a persona on being an absolute... what's the word? What's the word I can say?
You'll have to ponder on that one.
Yeah.
Kim Stone letting us know that Hayden lost a $5,000 all-in pre-ace king versus 5 deuce on a different stream.
Yeah, that's no fun.
So he's used to it.
I'm sure Hayden can... I'm sure that he is experienced enough to, in those moments when you feel a little frustrated about that stuff, just reflect on the fact that that guy gave you, let's see, in this case, what, $1,500 in equity or something?
Mm-hmm.
What a guy. I'm happy to run that out with you all day, buddy.
They're still reliving that hand. They're trying to help you with that word that you were...
Brat.
you were looking for.
That's it, yeah.
I don't think brat does it, though.
It's not strong enough
Brat-
for what Phil has become.
I don't know. Just to me, like, brat, like... I mean, I don't know. My personal experience, I've only ever heard the word brat used to describe women, personally. I hope that doesn't sound sexist, but like I've never personally heard someone refer to somebody as a brat unless they were a woman.
Maybe not a grown-up.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard.
Like, maybe like a little kid
Yeah.
or like a woman, personally. That's the only time I've experienced someone calling someone a brat.
Let's see.
Like, or
Yeah,
bratty,
the reason that I don't like it is more so because I don't feel like it's a strong enough word to describe Phil's behavior,
It's definitely not.
which has gone from being brat-like in the past and now has grown to be completely inappropriate at times.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little out of line,
Yeah.
for sure.
I mean, threatening to burn down the casino that you're playing in is next level.
That was really funny, though. That was really funny. Oh, man, and Woodley here. Top 2 pair against Jello's king here. He's going to get some value.
Dude. And
Oh,
Miles has
Miles.
bottom pair and a flush draw.
Wow.
Juicy, juicy.
A lot of Phil Hellmuth haters in this chat. Can't blame you.
So Woodley's got about $700 here. His plan is going to go 125 and then probably evaluate on the river whether he's going to shove all of it or need to bet smaller. Guessing right now the plan is to shove for about pot. Slightly more than pot. Although he doesn't know. He's about to get action from both of these guys. And there's going to be less than pot left on the end. Oh, and Miles drills it.
Bink.
Let's go, Miles. This is a big pot for him. Will he be able to extract Woodley's stack? He does not hesitate with that bet right there. Just rips into a green stack.
Wow. How do you feel about that? Just bet pot? I don't know.
I mean, I didn't like the pacing at all. It looked very, very strong.
I mean, you got Woodley sitting here thinking about it with top 2 pair. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm leading into 2 people here.
I don't mind leading, but... And I also don't mind leading for pretty good size. I mean, I'm definitely scared Woodley's going to check back a hand that he might call with. And Jello already checked. But 500 definitely is a pretty healthy bet. And then also I just feel like the way that he went for it, it just looked like he's got a really good hand. Like he's got a flush. But maybe Woodley will actually read that as a little bit of weakness whenever he goes really fast. Maybe like he's trying to project strength or something. And Woodley's going to lose the rest of it here. Could have saved himself that last $100, but he decides to shove. GG Woodley. That's tough, bud.
That is tough. That is going to put Woodley down $4,000 for the night.
Yeah, ouchie, ouchie. And Miles scooping in a nice little potski there.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm doing that with the 6-3 of diamonds when I river the flush against Woodley. I don't know.
Well, he got all his money.
He did. I still have to think about that one a little bit more. I'm going to put some thought into that one. I just feel like leading is so face up, but...
I know, but sometimes you just have no choice.
Yeah. I'll have to think about that one a little bit more.
I mean, Poker Monkey saying a loose and aggressive player like Woodley check might have induced a bet, but the thing is, he's only got a pot-sized bet left. So if you're going to get called by the hands that are slam dunk value bets right there, then, you know, you're just earning extra money. I don't feel like he has many bluffs left by that point.
Just a throwback here. Miles just all of a sudden asking the boy if he's a superstitious guy. Almost as if we were just talking about this.
Yeah. So I think at that sizing, it's hard to get called by a hand that Woodley would check back.
Yeah.
Although it's 3 ways. Woodley might check back a pretty strong hand when the front door flush comes in. Oh, no. Is it backdoor flush?
Backdoor flush.
Backdoor flush comes in.
Actually, you know what?
Man, I don't know.
Actually, yeah. No, I don't know. I'll think about it after the stream. That's all I do. I think about poker.
All right, dude. We got Frankie in here.
And,
Making a move with the 7 deuce.
Miles got the queen. That's not going to go over too well for him. For Frankie, I mean.
No, he's definitely not getting him off of his hand right here. Multiple bets could potentially do it. It is a paired board, and Miles' kicker is not very good. Boy's out of there, and oh my goodness.
Now it's not. Now it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I guess Mad Professor would say that we shouldn't even be scared to death of this devil board.
Well, there is a queen out there, too.
Yeah, but look at the actual board itself.
Yeah.
It's queen 6-6, you know what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the presence of the queen makes it a little bit less... It counterfeits it. If anything else is on the board.
Well, maybe if there was the presence of a king, but...
Why not a queen?
All right, Frankie. Not afraid. He's coming again.
I think it's going to be one more and then stop if this doesn't work. Because if this gets called, you have to put Miles on a lot of Queen X, which is not going to fold.
For sure. And I think that this is definitely not going to work. And that probably it's a good idea to give up because I'm doubting that Miles is going to fold at any point. Oh.
King.
We spoke too soon.
The king and queen of hell.
Oh my goodness.
on the board. Oh boy, and now maybe I was gonna say if an ace or a king comes, maybe Frankie fires the third shell.
Yeah, dude.
But if a king or queen or a king or ace didn't come, he would not be firing another shell.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot to think about it. Is 7 deuce your very best possible bluffing candidate left in this hand? Because number one, you may not have many other bluffs. And number two, this one has an extra $160 or whatever in the pot that you wouldn't have otherwise. I think that's got to move it up the bluffing rank, right?
You know, he's really thinking about this one, but how long can he think about it before it becomes obvious? Would he really think this long if he river to king? Would you think that long if you river to king?
Oh, he checks.
He probably got in his own head. He thought too long.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, if you make a huge overbet, is king queen the only hand that Miles can call with? I guess
mean,
maybe he still has some 6x.
I think Miles still calls with a queen at some frequency.
I mean, he's like only calling to chop if you bet like twice the pot or something.
Yeah, you'd have to really bomb it. You'd have to really bomb it.
I mean, you can bet like 1.5x the pot and then actually count it as just betting the pot because you got $160 in bounties out there.
Ooh.
You would think with quads, says Mad Professor. Yeah, what do you think, Mad Prof? Think we can just like blast the river there for 2x pot and then, I mean, with a queen there, he's like super hero calling at the end. I mean, obviously he could have king queen and then he could occasionally have a 6, but it would have been check call with trips and then quads. So I don't know, pretty interesting.
I don't know. It's just like what is he betting? Like what king X does Frankie even have except like is he really bluffing his ace highs on this board?
King queen. Yeah. Not many, but this is power poker, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's tough. I mean, I know that Miles has to call at some frequency with the queen. Like, I don't think Frankie shows up with much king X. There's no need to bluff ace king.
I mean, if you actually had a king, would you really blast it like that, though? Probably not. Probably you wouldn't.
Yeah, and if you bet small, then you're giving him a good price to call with the queen.
But this is power poker, baby. This is where you say, I think that you don't have that good of a hand, and I'm getting a good enough price to make you fold it. No, I'm with you. I don't mind just giving up. Just makes it very interesting when that extra dead money's in the pot.
Yeah. I mean, I would have liked to see a bet on the end. Put him to the test at least, you know?
Yeah, dude, and Miles is running into a little bit of a heater here as he has made a flush and sees a bunch of action. So this was a 3-bet from Jay. This looks like it was a bet, raise. Yeah, bet from Jay. Miles check raised him, and then Jay 3-bet. So it looks like Miles squeezed. I think there was a caller in between. And now the ace on the turn definitely changes things and could slow Miles down a lot here. Those hands that he was getting value from on the flop, he's not really getting value from any worse flushes, so he's just getting value from 2 pairs and sets, which have now improved to boats. So wouldn't be surprised if he checks. And Jay's capable of anything.
We've seen crazy things from Jay.
Yeah, and he already 3-bet on the flop. I doubt he did that with the intention of just giving up. And this is a pretty good card whenever you see Miles check here. Jay just checks. Interesting. So he 3-bet the flop and then... I mean, it makes sense too because you're probably not really 3-betting with anything except actual flushes and then some bluffs like this. But just when Miles checks, it's like makes you want to potentially go for it again.
He will be getting called.
Yeah. Yeah, once you check on the turn, there's no way he's going to fold to 225 on the end. Not with that hand, anyway.
My two best hands tonight, 3-6 of diamonds and 6-4 of diamonds. I wasn't buying that. They don't have any monsters. No, they don't. But you have the queen of diamonds.
Little heater indeed.
Yeah, dude. Kind of gets the max right there. Jay going for it.
Just as we said when he came in here earlier for his interview, he's got all night to get his money back, and he's done that.
Yeah, no doubt. Might have to bring him in again here in just a little bit and let him get some redemption.
Not that many big pots, and we have Mr. Regis
Oh, yeah.
entering the stream. And you know what? He says, screw the 1,500 cap. I'm buying in for 2K. Teach you young whippersnappers a lesson or two.
Oh, and Hayden immediately waking up with the dream isolation opportunity. A limp from Mr. Regis, and you got 2 queens. He opens it up to 60, and Miles riding the heater. He's not folding a suited hand on the button. No way. He's got the King 7 suited, and I cannot imagine Regis will do anything but call here. 100% limp call for this hand. From Team Regis, let's go.
Miles going to get himself in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah. Flops a good-looking top pair.
If that board stays clean, I don't know, he might lose a good chunk.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Miles up to 4K stack now?
Yeah, dude, he's been on a sweet little heater. We're up to 92 viewers, by the way. Just a quick little peek over there.
Welcome in, guys. Make sure you hit that like button.
Ooh, please do. Hit the like for the queens right here. As Hayden gets raised. One of your fears whenever you lead onto a board like this where your opponents are capable of having some hands that you're not is that you might get raised.
This will play as a check call, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too.
Miles still value betting, likely,
Yeah.
against draws and overcards.
Yeah, and I think it'll actually play out as a check, call, check, check.
I agree.
Miles betting a nice healthy sizing right there. I really like that bet, actually.
There's a possibility that he... Oh, he checks it back again. Okay. I was going to say, that river might make him think that he could go for some more value, but that would be pretty thin at that point. No more draws to charge on the river, after all.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think both players played that hand really well. I really like Miles's nice, healthy bet sizing on the turn. Some people would slow down right there and check, but I think that's a board where you're still just getting called by quite a few worse hands, and that sizing discourages any kind of funny business. You're never really getting raised, and then now you can just check on the end and go to showdown. And it feels really, really nice whenever the guys called you with with a worse hand 2 times, and gives you 175 of value, and then on the end you check a 7, and he's a little surprised as he has to muck his worst 7 or nut flush draw, something like that.
Yeah.
Texas AAKK asking, can we get some overtime? I'd be fine to do a little overtime if the boys want to keep it going. We've also got almost 100 of you guys in here. Let's crack that 100 mark. Give us a little share ski. Bring in some friends. Hit that like button. Get YouTube spinning on that algorithm so we can send our video out to more poker watchers. Get them in here with us. The Moonlight wants Mr. Regis and HD. Who does
Mr.
not?
Regis and HD. What else could we ask for?
Yeah.
Make sure that you are checking the quality on the video. And
Because it looks pretty good here.
Yeah, it looks pretty good on our end. So, if anyone else in the chat could confirm, does the quality look worse than normal? I think it looks pretty good on our end.
Yeah. And so this looks like it was a triple straddle to 40. And Regis limp calls. And then Donk leads.
And takes it down.
Takes it down.
You know, what
Gotta
I
love
love
it.
about a lot of the players that play on this live stream, mainly Woodley, Nick Six, Regis, they just find ways to win the pot.
Yeah, dude. I mean, right there, Regis didn't have any connection to that board either, but for some reason, he just felt like his opponent was weak or that he could represent a hand right here and just decides to turn a spot that most people would never even look for or even be in. He just turns it into something profitable. Bang, bang. Gets him off of an enormous amount of equity.
Yeah, unreal.
What we have, probably 20, 25% or something right there.
Yeah,
And we just donk lead and win a $200 pot.
might even be less than that.
Sounds like Moonlight's just trying to needle us pretty hard here. I'm sorry, buddy. We're working so hard. We got 8 full cameras on setup. We've got a production booth. We're doing everything we can to entertain you. Are you not entertained?
We're missing 360 of the P's. We're only at 720,
We only have 720 Ps.
but we're missing the last 360 of them.
Yeah, we're taking Ps on donation. Moonlight, bring us some Ps.
Can we have more P's, please?
More Ps, please. Oh, boy.
Please, sir. Can I have some more?
That is,
Looks like Aaron is going to fold.
what's the name of that book / movie?
Oh, he calls. What? Oliver Twist?
Yeah, there we go. It's Oliver Twist.
Oh, they're entertained. They're entertained.
Oh, thank goodness.
What a flop.
Yeah, wow. Something for both guys here. Jay with the best of it. He's got the best hand and the best draw. But Aaron's got a chance. 23% equity here. And a $240 pot. Jay bets. Aaron snap calls.
And that is not the card either of them wanted to see.
Oh, a little spicy play from Aaron. It's obviously not going to work. Well, I say obviously. Maybe that's not that obvious. This is a very healthy sizing. Okay, not going to work. I was wondering if Jay might consider making a tight fold right here with the board pairing and Aaron representing a hand that he can't even draw to beat. But he does call, and now it's going to take that last bullet from Aaron. If he does do it, he's going to get it through.
Does he even have enough at this point to get Jay off of any value hand? I don't know if he does, and I don't know if he's willing to do it or not.
You can get him off ace high, though.
What do you think?
I hope he goes for it.
He can beat some. No, he can't.
Can't beat nothing.
He beats absolutely nothing.
He's going to check.
He can beat 8-9 of spades.
He's given up. He's taking too long.
Yeah, you can see on his face.
Yeah. But if he went for it, it would have worked. Look at him smiling.
He almost smiled. He's got a little smile.
Oh, it would be so
doesn't-
epic if he still goes for it.
He doesn't want to lose the. He doesn't want to lose the $400.
Oh, no.
And I bought open-ended. And I wasn't convinced you were gonna fold if I shoved. I was definitely folding. Yeah, but that specific hand, I started counting out, and I'm like, I have 380. The pot's like 1100. He's not holding anything.
Oh, poor Aaron. I wanted him to go for it so bad. Oh, man, dude. That's brutal. I'm heartbroken for Aaron. He was so close to pulling the trigger. $1,200 pot. That would have meant so much to him. To get a double bluff through on Jay.
Oh, Miles picking up the aces here. Just going to raise it straight to 100.
Let's go. Miles on a heater. And he's going to try and look like he's got the 7 deuce off.
Wow, that's actually kind of interesting.
Mr. Regis is like aggravated. He's
Wants to play the Robbie.
Yeah, he's facing a sizing that he can't even get in there with.
How dare he deny Mr. Regis the opportunity?
Oh, and Frankie accidentally calls for 25. And now finds out that it's 100.
Oh, and now at that point, he's probably just going to put it in. Oh, he folds?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I would have called there after putting the 25 in.
Oh, it's 15 that he had put in, it looks like. Or 10. Yeah, it was 10.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe he put in 15 or something. I don't know. That was weird.
Yeah, I don't know. That was a little weird, but I don't know. I feel like any amount of money that I would have to sacrifice to not play this hand would find me making the call for 100 to play this hand.
Yeah, it looks like he
especially
might
because you're
have.
deep. You're so deep.
It looked like he might have thought that he was going to get to take it back whenever he folded his hand.
That's true. So it's going to get Regis out there with the Jack 4, but it's not going to get Nick 6 out of there with the Jack 4.
Yeah,
and
well,
he's
his
gonna
are
pay
suited, dude.
$100. Yeah, he doesn't have the Robbie. He has a good hand.
Yeah. Big difference in the Robbie and Jack 4 suit.
Yeah. Gotta agree with you on that one.
The Robbie. Man, we talked about that whole situation several times when we were first starting this stream up and then haven't revisited it in a long time, which I heard from someone in passing that she was cleared in the investigation, that they didn't find any evidence of cheating.
So, the way it was worded was that they were not proven innocent, but they found no evidence of, malpractice or anything like that.
I mean, it's hard to like prove someone innocent in a situation like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to prove someone guilty, I think. I think the investigation is kind of just like, oh, look, we investigated it. But I mean, like, still.
I mean,
like,
you could prove someone guilty if there was something going on behind the scenes, tampering with the equipment and stuff.
I mean, they still never explained the guy stealing the money off of her stack.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, like,
That's crazy.
There's just a lot of things that, like, you'll never be able to prove or disprove. So I thought the investigation was kind of just like, yeah, all right, public, go away. We're investigating it. Like, you know, that type of thing, like a PR thing almost.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case.
Like, how could they not get it investigated?
Let's
But, I don't know.
Yeah, let's do this hand real fast and then revisit that actually, because I am curious about talking about it a little bit more. But right here, we got Jello going for the squeezy with the 7 deuce off. Remember, guys, there's a $20 bounty on if everyone folds. This was the boy opening it up. He's in the low jack, and Jade flats behind him. Couple of loose flats from the blinds and the straddle. And it looks like it's going to get through here. Oopsies.
But you're going to.
They need to make a clip of that one.
Yeah.
It was offsuit, Aaron.
Epic right there.
Nick 6 suggesting that Aaron pays his 20 for him because he was unable to defend with the Queen 5 offsuit.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to this topic for a minute.
Sure.
So, yeah, we talked about it early on. I would say now in the aftermath of it, my guess is definitely that she did not cheat. The chip stealing, super crazy part of it, but I just haven't seen anything. At that point when the chip stealing happened and that came to light, I definitely moved closer to the side of the fence because Before that, I had thought for sure she didn't cheat. And then that happened, and I was like, dang, maybe it's like up in the air that she did. But I assumed that there would be more coming after that. And since there never was, my guess would be no. But what I was going to say, really, the more important part of this is if no other cheating accusations ever come forward about it and there's no further evidence, at the end of the day, people are going to look back on this time, number one, with fond memories of how Robbie owned Garrett in such a way that as a recreational player, she put a hero call on him so crazy that he thought there was no other possibility than that she cheated him.
And then quit poker.
And he quit poker because he got owned so hard.
I mean, there's nothing to say about that right there.
It's going to just be like Robbie literally ran Garrett out of poker. He's the hero of poker live streams. He was the best player. Well, one of the best players in the world, probably, but the best player known to, play the live streams regularly like that. And she literally ran him off. He quit poker.
He's gone.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll come back and play poker again at some point. And now it's going to be really awkward with all the fanfare around it. Like, Garrett's return,
Yeah, but and now Garrett's going to be known for that. I mean, maybe he won't. I mean, he's already been known.
Yeah, and Tiny saying, Garrett has forever ruined his reputation. Yeah, totally agree there. It's like such a bold move to put your reputation at risk in that moment when you go ask for that money back without knowing for sure that she cheated. And then come out and do the interview. You do the pictures where it looks like, you just went through some really traumatic life experience and you're now recovering. It's like, dude, this guy's made like millions of dollars from playing in these exact same streams. Even if he did get cheated, he literally went and got his money back from the lady right afterwards.
Well, so that's what I was about to bring up. The only thing that I have to say about that part of it is first of all, I think there is some reason for him to believe that he was cheated in the moment. Not to be so gung-ho about it, but to be at least a little unnerved by it.
I mean, suspicious. I would say it's totally reasonable to be suspicious.
And then afterwards, I mean, once again, we don't know what actually happened with the money thing. Some people say that he asked her for it. Some people say she offered it. We don't know exactly what happened there. But if she did offer it, and he's already suspecting that he was cheated, I think it would be foolish to not take it back at that point. If someone's offering to give you your money back and you already think that you might have been cheated.
Well, from what happened to me, it sounded like she asked, how can it be made right? Like, what needs to happen for you to not be mad about this? And let's just go back and keep playing and not make a big deal about it. And then his response was, well, the way it could be made right is if I get my money back, then it'll, whatever. Like, okay, you cheated, so be it. Like, at least I was made whole. And I think it was a huge mistake to take the money back in that moment anyway. It's not like that money is impacting Garrett's day-to-day life.
No.
And that he needs that to live on.
Yeah.
So you're like basically taking a risk on your own reputation. And even if that risk is saving you some money in EV terms, like in life EV, I'm thinking it's not, because your reputation is worth way more than what that money is to your net worth. And so he put that on the line. And then it's also like, if she is proven to have cheated, there's a pretty good chance that you could go after recovering your money from her.
Yes.
Right? Like, she has money. She's a part of a family that has money, I believe, and then is a part of some of these businesses, and it seems like has some money herself. So, like, you could sue someone like that if it can be proven that she cheated you in a game of poker with electronic means.
Yeah.
So at some point you might be able to recover your money, and even if you can't, if you can't, you just lose the money. It just is what it is. If they go and do an investigation and find out she cheated and you just lose the $100K, I mean, that sucks for sure. Maybe you don't play as many live streams or not play any anymore, and maybe it's a headache for you. But I can just not imagine if one of my buddies, if I saw them out in the hall talking to a woman and we're playing poker together. Let's say we're at the casino, and then I just see him out in the hallway and he's talking to a woman that was in his game. And then a little while later, he comes back to me and tries to tell me that the lady cheated. And then I ask him what evidence that he has of that. And all he can say is that she made an epic hero call with Jack High that he doesn't think she would ever do unless she was cheating. And then he thought it was appropriate to go and ask for his money back from her and get paid the $1,000 or however much it was that she just won from him in that hero call. I mean, I would question my entire friendship with the guy. Yeah. I'd be like, what kind of person are you? You have no evidence and you go ask for someone to give you your money back like that? I mean, that's crazy to me. That is crazy to me.
I mean, yeah, but the whole hand also. It's not just the hero call. Come on. The min click on the turn too. I mean, like, I'm 100% 50-50 on this. I haven't. I'm telling. I can't lean one way or the other.
Dude, that should be the quote of the year right there. I'm 100% 50-50 on this.
I'm absolutely in the middle.
Oh,
I cannot tell you one way or the other, and I don't care to even find out at this point. Like, I don't think we ever will, and I don't know how else you could even prove it at this point. So I'm just kind of giving up on it.
Oh man.
But like, all I'm gonna say is that I think that is the craziest hand we have ever witnessed as a community, and I don't think it will ever be topped. I don't think that we will ever see a hand that insane.
I agree with you that it was very, very crazy. And, you know, I can't recall off the top of my head seeing a lot of hands that were crazier in my own games. But you do see people do things that can't really be explained by any common sense of, you know, logic about the situation.
Yeah, sure.
And if you try to ask those people to explain what they were doing, they too would have some kind of strange explanation that had holes all in it.
Yeah,
you know, which was the same thing that happened when they tried to ask her to explain it.
Yeah, she fell apart with that, but it's clear she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, she just wasn't able to explain it because it's a pretty crazy play, you know, and there's not a great explanation for it.
And I've sure seen some stuff like that in my games as well, but to a degree, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen people like spaz out, but I've never seen people like, I have never seen someone do something as crazy as that. Like, the min click is the craziest part of the hand for me, honestly. Like, the float on the flop and then min click is the craziest thing of the entire hand. Like, the call off itself is just like, oh, all right,
yeah,
crazy call. But like like it's almost like she knew exactly what he had to like min click and.
I mean, I guess I would just say that if you put a filter over the way you're perceiving the whole situation that says this girl has an idea that she thinks Garrett is weak here. His hand's not good. She also knows her hand isn't very good, but doesn't really know what to do to take advantage of the fact that she thinks his hand's not good. And so, like, at some points in the hand, that seems like calling and then seeing what hand or what card comes on the next street. At some points in the hand, that might seem like raising and trying to make him fold. And she may not know exactly how much is a good size to try and do that. And if it's a min click, then it's like, well, I don't think he has anything. So if I raise it all, he should just fold, you know? Or then maybe it's a super, super hero call when you're like, I know I may not even have the best hand. He might have ace high and I lose. But I know his cards aren't very good. And I think I have a chance that I already have the best hand. Or I could hit a card on the end that's going to make me the best hand. And we might get to run it twice. And then I get two chances to try and hit it. And there's a lot of money already out there in the middle. You know, so like I don't have to like have the best hand half of the time. I know that if I have the best hand some of the time or have a chance to win, I'll get my own money back sometimes plus the money that's in the pot, you know? Mm-hmm. And then it sort of justifies or like creates the scenario where you can see why she might do all of those things. And when there's no other evidence of her cheating, then to me it's like just fishy play or strange decision making in the poker game is not nearly enough to convict someone of something like that, like the way that Garrett came out with it.
Yeah, he was a little abrasive with that, for sure. Blackbeard Goat, I actually did read that post. I don't know if you read that post or not. I mean, there was a lot of stuff being said in that post.
There were some conspicuous things, which is why I was open-minded that it could have been cheating, and also happy to hear Garrett's further evidence about why it was. But he never came forward with anything that...
Nothing concrete.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing concrete.
So...
just more hands, more speculation.
Yeah.
There was at least evidence of soft playing between her and that other guy.
I mean, they admitted to that, but
yeah,
it was done in a way that seemed very common amongst people who don't play poker that often, you know, full time.
Yeah.
Which is that when you're playing with your buddy, sometimes you like aren't trying to win all their chips. You know, so yeah, I guess I'm soft playing. Am I not allowed to do that? Like that kind of attitude.
Yeah, for sure.
Like they talked about it openly as if it wasn't, you know, like it was totally kosher.
I won't be convinced one way or the other if she cheated. I don't think there's enough evidence to. But like every single time I try to talk about it in a way that would lean me more towards one side, I come up with evidence points to lean me back to the other side.
Yeah.
So it ends up just being 50-50, and I'm content with that.
Yeah. One other small factor could be, and maybe not even that small, just depends on how it fits into her plans, but one other small thing could be when you're sitting there in that moment, if losing that money in that pot isn't that big of a deal to you, especially if you're getting free rolled by someone who has a lot of money, then just the sheer small percent chance that you have the best hand and get to call against Garrett, who is known as like, you know, like to her, she's thinking like Garrett's sort of like playing against Michael Jordan in basketball or something.
Yeah.
Right? This is like one of the elites of this thing. And I'm getting to go play against him. And I could lose this $100,000 on this call. But if I do, like, that's not life-changing to me. But I could literally, like, it would be like beating Michael Jordan in one-on-one or something on national TV.
After, like, never playing basketball before.
Yeah, like everyone's watching this. There's thousands of people watching me play against the best at what this thing is. And I could call him with just a jack high. And if I happen to be right once in 50 times, I'm going to be a hero. And then she calls, and she's right. And then mayhem absolutely transpires. The guy's accusing you of cheating. You're getting called out in the hallway. The game is breaking. The entire poker world is going nuts.
That night was actually insane. I didn't watch it live, but I actually just missed it. I was watching the stream, and I turned it off. And then someone texted me, like, did you just see that hand? I was like, what? And then I go on, and Joey, like, already started the live stream.
The stream is on.
Joey already started the investigation.
Oh, dude.
And
That's
I'm just, like,
hilarious.
watching the recaps, like, oh.
Oh, boy.
Like, watching that hand, like, Bart's commentary on that hand is hilarious. He's just like, and she's gonna raise here.
Yeah. Nice. That was a
like-
pretty good impression right there.
And then Garrett shoves it just like, oh, and Garrett's just gonna put in the shove here. You know, he's gonna try to power it through. And then like he made a comment while she was tanking, like, a little posturing here from Robbie. And then she calls, and he's just like, she called?
Yeah. Nice. That was another good impression.
Like, insane.
Hey, you guys pop in the chat here. Is John do a pretty good Bart there?
I watch a lot of Bart Hansen.
Not bad.
Good amount of Bart Hansen.
We got some pod scooping going on here in the background. Sorry, guys, for getting sidetracked a little bit here, but I've seen Regis scooping in a couple. No surprise there. Seems like Regis always runs like the sun. And then Jay right there bets on the end and takes it. Looked like he played a decent little potski right there against Jello.
There were some small ones going on in the background, but this one is likely to not be a small one. As Frankie puts in the limp, I knew he was going to do it before.
Nice.
I called it before he even put it out there. Gotta love the limp with the ace-king.
Miles going to fall right into the trapperoo. Where's this to 20?
Thanks for hyping me up in the chat here.
Oh, and Jay really going to walk into it, and then he's going to get cold called by Regis, and then Frankie's going to call four bet. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man. Oh, wow. The chat's
boy.
giving me high praise here.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, when I heard you do the second part, she calls? Like, that one was good. Oh, dude, there's nothing better than a limp cold 4-bet to me. I just love when you add limping into your game. It creates so many new lines that other players aren't familiar with.
Bro, I just started doing it like 4 or 5 months ago. Incredible.
So fun.
The spots I find myself in.
Yeah, dude, you get all sorts of quirky lines. And right here, Frankie's going to be trapping these guys. Jay getting punished for 3-betting the queen 9, which makes sense. You're trying to ISO the open, drive out these other guys behind you, but you can't do that kind of stuff as much when you have someone capable of the back raise.
And people just like spaz out against this so often.
Yeah, and let's see. I mean, Frankie might end up getting just the most epic configuration right here, which is only the cold caller, who does have a very good hand here. Mr. Regis is going to cold call. No, he's not. He's going to make a big hero fold. A great fold by Mr. Regis. Kind of surprised to see that. I thought he would most likely continue.
I think Aaron just made a comment. It's always aces or kings.
Yeah.
I see a
That's how
lot
they
of
say.
people making that comment.
Yeah. Which is why the play works so good, because no one's familiar with the line. They think that it's only for old man coffee to do every once in a while with aces or kings.
I actually recently folded queens in a tournament to an old man doing that to me.
Yeah. And he probably had aces or kings.
He had aces.
He had aces. Yeah.
I was very happy with my fold. I actually stood up from the table and slapped the table.
Dang it.
No,
I got queens. Oh, because you were happy?
I was happy. I was like, yes.
I thought you meant like when you saw him raise and you realized you're going to have to fold your queens.
Oh, no. Because there was a guy behind me, too.
Nice.
They ended up getting it all in.
Well, good fold, bud. Yeah. What'd the other guy have?
Dog shit. like eights.
You fold queens.
Yeah. He had like eights. I don't know.
Like, did you not see that guy lip raise? They always have
No,
aces or
he
kings.
probably didn't see him.
You know? Oh, boy.
Man. I've been doing it with ace-5 suited a lot. Sorry to put my strategy out there, guys.
Yeah, dude. Don't tell him too much here.
Sorry. It's not always aces or kings, gentlemen. Oh, man.
Not at all. I would say some of my favorite plays I've made in my career have been limp squeezes with hands that were not aces or kings.
I agree with you. It's so fun. Because the look on everyone's face at the table, like, and I'm telling you, I've done it, like, sometimes where I get the hands to do it, the configurations to do it, like, 5 or 6 times in a session. And all of a sudden, when I limp next time, like, people just start limping.
Yeah.
Like, no one limps. Like, no one's limping. And then all of a sudden, people just start over limping after I limp. It's funny.
So this was a couple of limps and then an ISO from Miles with the queen jack off from the hijack.
Fluff's the best of it.
Does flop the best of it with the top pair. Hayden gonna call with bottom pair, backdoor flush draw here. I'm sure he's got devious intentions if a heart rolls off. Okay, it's not the heart he wanted to see though. Miles makes top 2.
What a brutal card, but Hayden has a lot of equity here. An ace would give him the best hand as well as a deuce.
Great point.
Still got 31% equity 3 ways. Massive hand for him.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's going to consider raising here.
I think this is an interesting spot to raise, having the queen being an overcard to the jack. Like, if you can catch Miles value betting a jack here.
Great point.
It's like he's thinking the same thing as me.
And he does. Like we said, he's going to unfortunately run into a buzzsaw here.
You think Miles raises again or just calls?
Hayden's got another 1.4 back. He's got position here.
I don't know, like, do you call and check on the river? Tough spot, honestly. I don't really know.
No, we're in position, so.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I definitely just called in. Yeah. Thought he was out of position. It always sucks in these spots when you're out of position. Because, like, you don't want to just check to him on the river and have him check back when you have a hand this strong.
What kind of value hand do you think Hayden has here? He's kind of representing Queen Jack himself.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not that much.
It's kind of interesting. If you're Miles and you're thinking I'm blocking his main value combos,
You could
do
raise.
I want to raise against a hand like this exactly, like a turn nut flush draw style hand, a deuce X hearts, a jack X of hearts.
Wow, he rips it.
Wow.
Oh, I'm surprised he didn't get called already. What does he lose to? Only sets? This is almost a slow roll.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You don't think so?
I mean, I think it's worth thinking about it for a second. You do lose to sets, which is kind of what he's representing when he check raises you and then shoves.
Oh, man.
Jack Queen himself.
You can never fold here, though. I don't think you can ever fold here.
I mean, I'm not going to fold here, but it's a big pot.
You know, he looks like he's miserable. I'm saying if I was in his spot, I would have absolutely snap called.
Hayden's going to maybe feel like he got slow rolled a little bit, but
Yeah, I mean, I would have called instantly, and if you have a set, you have a set. Like, I have like
Yeah.
the best hand I'll ever have here.
yeah, no, sad for Hayden because I don't mind this line at all. It's just one of your best combos, I think, to take this line with, and just unfortunate that he runs into. I mean, you see that if Miles had any one pair hand, he's going to be folding.
Table talk.
Whoa! Oh, he's just showing the hand. I thought he was folding there. This would be a monster fold. Wow, the longer he goes into this tank, the more I'm thinking he might actually consider folding.
Wow, what the? This is insane to me. I'm sorry. So many draws missed too. Like, call.
Hey, hey. Let him think. Let the man think. There it is. He calls. Oh, man. Hayden had to be just going, dang. I wonder if Hayden, part of him, is going, well, if you're thinking about folding that, then I love my bluff.
I mean, yeah, his bluff was amazing then.
Yeah, dude. Wow. And Miles, a huge night, dude. After we bring him in early in the session, needle him a little bit.
I think Aaron was needling him like for tanking so long there.
Wow, and he is scooping in a monster pot. We're going to have to go to our winnings here. My goodness, guys, and look at Miles. Oh.
Jack described it perfectly. I was in agony watching him be in agony. That's a perfect description. Like, I was distressed watching him think about it. Oh, man.
Oh.
Oh, we didn't call Jello in for the 7 deuce when he shoved and beat ace king. Well, I mean, that's not even that interesting of a hand to talk about, though.
I mean, I thought about it. Yeah, it was a limp squeeze with 7 deuce. We could talk about that. Maybe it's like kind of crazy that I think that's sort of standard. Oh, standard limp squeeze, shove all in with your 7 deuce off. Yeah, look at his stack size. Oh boy, look at that stack size. Should we bring in Miles? He is having a heck of a night. He's got ace king now.
I actually think we should bring in Miles and ask him what he was thinking about on the river.
Hold on, let's let him finish this hand right here. I know he's not playing it currently, but
Yeah.
let's give him a chance to ride this heater. He's got ace king.
Yeah,
so.
imagine we bring him in and he gets to talk about another massive one right
Yeah,
afterwards.
right, exactly.
Yeah. I love how Jack Peterson comes in here and just explains perfectly how I was feeling there.
Don't say anything to Miles about.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be stoked, like, okay, I get to go in and talk about my 6K stack or whatever. And then he comes in and you're like, Miles, why were you slow rolling there on the river?
I might have to, honestly. You don't have to let me do this interview.
You going to do it?
I might have to
Do
do
you know him?
No.
No. It is Savage Sunday.
I'm gonna straight up be like, can you please tell us what you were thinking about on the river?
I mean, we'll definitely ask him what he was thinking about. I mean, it makes sense. He's going to say, thought he had a set. Like, he checked and raised and then goes all in. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Let's get this dude in here. Sorry, Mr. Jello, we didn't bring you in for your 7 deuce shove. He just didn't quite have enough money, too. I don't know, guys. What do y'all think? Should we have brought him in? If y'all ever want to see us bring someone in after a big pot, just pop it in the chat and we'll bring him in. Tiny saying Nog is being savage, no doubt. No doubt. We need to be more savage, I think. We do like some subtle trolling, subtle needles, so there is some savage elements to us, but we could be definitely a little more direct with it. All right, dude. What a heater. Here, pop these on. We're going to put you on camera this time. Is that okay?
Sure.
Cool. Pop it on. Boom. There we are. We got Mr. Miles here in the booth. Back on better pretenses this time. Dude, you're on a nice little heater out there. How's it going?
It's going well. It's going well. Yeah, it was like starting to ramp up, and then that hand was, didn't even realize how huge it was.
The queen jack hand?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, dude. How big was that pot?
It's like 4K.
Really?
At least.
I didn't do the math yet.
Yeah. Is that a big pot? Big pot for you?
It's a big pot for sure.
Hell yeah,
for
dude.
For sure. Definitely one of the biggest I've ever won.
Hell yeah,
sure.
dude. I love it. When we saw you, it probably you first realized it too, like you're saying after the hand, when they were shipping you all of his chips in one big stack.
Yeah.
How nice is that when they're shipping you the entire stack of another player?
Y'all probably saw on stream it probably took 10 minutes to,
oh, yeah. It was a mountain, dude.
to clean all that up. So
Yeah, that's
it
fun.
definitely felt good. We did a little color up. Stack looks more normal now.
Team color up. Are you on team color up regardless of the setting, or is that because you're on live stream here?
No, I actually like having a certain configuration, but I was told that my greens were in the back a little too much.
Gotcha.
So I had to change my configuration. So we'll see how that affects the
Gotcha.
the future hands.
Okay,
but
so you've played several really big pots in a row. Most of them have gone your way. Then you're in this queen jack hand here. He check raises you on the turn, shoves on the river. You're tanking for a minute. What's going through your head during that time?
Well, I think the first thing that we'll talk about would be like on the turn, like pretty dry board. Like I was obviously considering going back at, with a raise to either see where I am, not or just for value. But then I was sort of thinking like, this guy, playing with him thus far, if I jam or something like that, I think he folds even hearts.
Yeah.
Right? And if he does have hearts, which was a possibility with the way that hand played out, then it would go as it did, and I would have, call. But the shove still put me at, like, the shove
Still a
was
little nerve-wracking, huh?
right, but then I just replayed over and over in my head, and he hadn't. The reason I tanked so long was just he had done nothing out of line.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Super
Played straightforward.
Straightforward.
Thought he might have a set.
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider it.
For sure.
But
Of course, of course.
I don't think I was ever going to find a fold. It was
Yeah,
just,
honestly, when you first started tanking, I was thinking, he's just thinking it through for a second. There's no way he's going to find the fold. And I didn't feel like you ever necessarily thought you were going to find the fold. The deeper you went into it, I was like, man, is he actually thinking about folding? But you never really got to that point.
No, there was a point where, like, I was thinking, shoot, he really may have something here.
Yeah,
But just based on the way it's been, if it was anyone else at the table, I think I would have called a lot quicker.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he's played really solid, and he is a great player. We've seen him play in the streams in the past and done really well. But it sounds like the fact that you thought maybe he's got hearts, that pushes you over the edge, right? You can't fold top two.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense the way maybe he didn't. I think that I don't really know what else. Maybe a missed straight draw or something. But that doesn't seem
nice,
like much
dude.
else.
Well, congrats on the big pot.
I appreciate
Keep it going. We still got a little time left here.
Sweet. Thanks.
All right, dude. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys. That was Mr. Miles. Absolutely crushing it now. Back in the booth on better pretenses.
We're going to have Hayden in here momentarily to discuss the bluff, on the bluffer side of that.
The blufferoo. Get him in. Let's go.
Man.
Jack's on team no color up right now. Tiny 2. I got to say, I'm kind of team no color up too. I feel like that's one of the side games of playing poker. And we've got Mr. Hayden in the booth, an experienced booth member. Welcome in, buddy.
What's going on?
We're going to pop the camera up here.
What's up?
Cool. What's up?
What's up?
All right, dude. I know that bluff didn't work out.
Yes.
Pretty sweet spot how it lined up for you, though. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I'm going to say I was not trying to get him full queen jack. So,
Of course.
that was unfortunate. But I thought maybe he'll fold a hand like ace queen, king queen, one pair. But I thought my line was pretty credible. I, picked up equity on the turn, so nut flush draw. So I decided to go for it. I don't know what else to say. He seemed like he was winning, and he wouldn't want to call down a big bet. So
Yeah.
the fact that he hesitated with queen jack kind of confirms that. But
No doubt. And honestly, we were saying too, like, once you see the hand, obviously you're unhappy from the fact you're losing the pot, but we thought maybe you would actually feel a little bit happy because you're like, good bluff.
yeah,
It would have worked.
I know he thought I'd been pretty tight, so.
Yeah, exactly.
But
For sure. And he might have, the jack wasn't a heart, right? So maybe he could possibly have like some jack X of hearts there too that could fold.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Nice, dude. Well, it was a good spot. Sorry it didn't work out
It was
this
fun.
time.
No, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
Great
no
stream.
doubt. Good luck out there.
All right, guys.
All right, and that's Mr. Hayden. Going for the big bluff, not afraid. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
All right, man. Savage Sunday is great. I love having people in the booth. And that's great, honestly, when we have a big hand like that. I kind of like bringing in both players, at least if it's a strategically interesting hand. It's nice to bring in both sides of it so we can hear not only the hero call side or whatever, but also the bluff side.
No
or
doubt,
vice
dude.
versa.
No doubt. Sounds like Hayden thinks that one, especially once you get that turn card, boom, heart. Yeah. It's just like feels kind of Mando to go for it.
Yeah, that's what I said on the when it came out. I was like, this just seems like a really good card to go for a bluff on because I mean, like a lot of the flop betting range is Jack X. Obviously, you're going to run into Queen Jack sometimes, but like there's tons of other hands that you might get immediate folds from or river folds from.
I mean, this is probably like our best backdoor flush hand in terms of equity because we've got a pair as well and don't have that many other backdoor check call floats out of position on the flop.
Like, did you see how many outs we had even against top two pair?
Yeah.
Like, geez,
No
so
doubt.
many outs.
No doubt, my man. And we are back in here, guys. Like every pot that we brief over while we're doing other stuff, I look up and it's $600-700. Now this one's $1,000, and it is
14 outs.
He's back. Oh boy! And Jay scoops a nice little pot right there off of Nick 6. Flush over flush on the 4 flush board. Jay not afraid to go for the $300 value bet. And gets looked up by the 8 of clubs. Nice hand, Jay.
See some talk about team color up and whatnot in the chat. I hate red chips. I hate red chips, Nick. I don't agree with Tiny here.
Yeah. You don't agree with anyone in this chat then?
No.
Or me?
Well, it looks like
You're on an island, bud.
no. I like green chips.
You and Miles.
I'm not fully on like, oh, let's just color up to all blacks, but like, I think red chips slow the game down, man. I think they slow the game down considerably.
I don't know. I haven't
they're
noticed
pretty-
it enough to consider that a big factor.
I think in 1-2 it's fine, but even in 1-2 it's just like you have higher denomination chips that can make the betting easier and easier, so that dealers don't have to break down. And like pushing out like huge bets of red chips is slows the game down too much.
It's more fun.
For who?
For me.
Is it fun enough to get like consistently 2 less hands per hour?
Yes, probably.
Wow.
I mean, just accumulating the chips is part of the fun. It's part of the game.
Just accumulate green chips then.
I do. I accumulate them how they come. I just don't color them up.
I'm coloring up the reds. I keep $200 in reds when I play 2-5. $200 in red, and then everything else is going to be green chips. I've actually gone like team no black chips. I'm only green chips now.
And now Jack's saying he likes coloring up after just saying he is team no color up. Like 2 minutes before.
No, he said he likes coloring up lots of reds.
Yeah.
But that's only if it's like an insane amount of reds, that I think.
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't think there's any need to color up green chips, though. just keep the green chips.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not so much of like wanting to have the lot of chips. It's more like I like to keep them how I want them. You know, sometimes like when a table breaks and I'm like transferring to a new table, I'll go color them up and start the new game or something. But I like it. It's like kind of keeps you in flow just to like keep building the mountain of chips on like as they're won.
That you won from other people.
Yeah, they just
like
keep
you have
adding
other
on to your
people's
stack.
chips.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, that's fair.
Jello's got top 2 pair here, and he is against an open ender from Nick, which means Nick is probably going to be sticky for at least 2 streets. Jello goes with a nice, healthy sizing. Nick does not blink. Jello needs a clean river here. Oh, he doesn't get it. Nick bangs the king on the end.
That's a brutal river. That is the worst river in the deck to
yeah,
see.
it brings the flush and the one-liner. Jello might end up just having to check fold here. Ugh, gross. Yeah.
Yeah,
And Nick
Blackbeard.
led and called on the flop. He had the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, Blackbeard, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, Blackbeard. This is
We were in
Savage Sunday.
position, though. I mean, it's not the worst floating hand in the world. If you're the kind of guy who plays a lot of hands.
Are we seeing this properly? Did Nick do something yet? Looks like Jello's in agony.
I'm guessing Nick ripped it because they're counting chips there.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and now it's going to be Jello facing the all-in bet. He's going to have to put in $650.
Wow, he called a check raise on the flop with the queen 4 and gets there.
And bangs it, dude. Just absolutely bang, bang, open ender.
Welcome to the stream, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen in the chat.
Yeah, now Jello's got to think about it because he knows Nick is capable of bluffing.
Yeah, but like, this is one of those situations where it's like,
No, I'd be out of there in a heartbeat.
yeah, like even, it's just hard to find bluffs. Like Nick could accidentally have a hand here.
Yeah.
And this is just not the spot that I'm interested in hero calling. This is not how we make our money in poker. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I think Jello's probably going to find the fold here.
I don't know. I feel like Jello really doesn't want to get bluffed. But I think he knows the right play is to fold. I mean, like, how can
Oh, Jello. Come on. Oh, yeah.
Booyah! Oh, hits him with the booyah.
And that's what you were worried about with me, but I was like, hey, straight may be good too.
Hey, straight may be good too, and it is good. Look at that pile of chips being scooped Nick's way.
I was actually
Got him.
you know?
Got him.
So now it's like I'm open
Everything got there. Everything.
Oh, and then Aaron hits him with a needle. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. That one was hard to watch.
Yeah, poor Jello. Brutal right there, and he's...
He just ran the stack back up.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Oh,
Sick Nick, says Mad Professor, no doubt.
I don't know. After you
Ouchie,
after you
says
raise
Jackie P.
After you raise the flop there, it's really hard to find many bluffs that Nick now has. I mean, even Nick being wide.
He did float the flop with Queen 4, though.
Yeah, I know.
So it looks
I
like he
mean-
could have any cards that have backdoor
Nick,
equity.
honestly, Nick never ceases to amaze me because even after playing with him and commentating on his play for so long, if I raise the flop, I still wouldn't think that he has Queen 4.
Yeah.
Like, I would still be blown away to be shown that hand.
Yeah, but to be fair with that specific board and the way that Nick plays and being in position, I don't mind that float. Stab, call a check raise, and then plan to bluff on good turn cards,
Yeah.
which is what happened. Unfortunately, he was up against 2 pairs, so Jello wasn't going to fold on any turn cards.
And then gets that river.
Yeah. Obviously,
what a river that was.
the play
I
gets...
feel like,
Yeah, go ahead.
you know, Jello was definitely resigned to call down the whole way, but And he honestly should on almost all runouts. But that specific turn card, I mean river card.
Yeah.
That specific river card, I think that's one of those river cards where you can sit there and just go, well, I had a plan, but wow.
Got the worst card.
What a run out. Sometimes
Worst card in the deck,
you
dude.
just got to abandon the plan sometimes because
yeah.
just wow.
And against some players, you might be able to say that they're polarizing themselves to a flush and could, I mean, I still wouldn't be really thinking about hero calling it hardly ever there, but you could maybe think about hero calling occasionally. But Nick is capable of value betting thinner than that. He could obviously shove with a straight as he did. He may even shove with like a better 2-pair than you have. Something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, I think so too. He might just hit like King 10 or something like that. And just be like,
exactly. Sweet little pot for Nick. Dude, I love seeing him get fired up too whenever he wins a big pot.
hits him with the booyah.
Yeah. I'm honestly wanting to put more of that into my own game. The like full engagement in what we're doing right here, activity or type of vibe. I'm just imagining like being out in Vegas in the summer and like going to my tournament table and then being the guy who's 100% fully engaged in what we're doing right here, right now.
Yeah.
You know, you're interacting with the other players continuously, involved in speech play and trash talking, even if it's like in between the hands and not so much while the play's going on. But just like everyone knows that you're there to compete and you're there to focus on what you're doing.
Yeah, you know, a lot of times when the only people that I actually see that are like super engaged when I go to sit at a tournament table is like older people.
Yeah, recreational players a lot.
But like the people who are supposed to be there making money for a living are on their phones.
Yeah, they're not paying attention. No doubt. No doubt, dude. And I want to be the guy who's known for paying attention.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, it's just more fun, too. Like, be present in the moment. Like,
oh, yeah.
Realize where you are.
Yeah. You'll enjoy your poker so much more than just like, oh, I kind of do this because I like the idea that it's a grind and long term I'm going to make money doing it, or that I'm going to get these like little pinpoints of thrills whenever big pots happen. But if you're actually enjoying playing the game moment by moment, then yeah, obviously it's going to be a lot more fulfilling.
And the boy flops another flusher.
Bang, bang.
Didn't he flop a flush earlier, too?
I can't remember if it was him that flopped.
It might have been Miles.
Miles, yeah.
I couldn't remember. Miles got those purple chips now.
I think the boy made the flush with the 6-3. Maybe that was Miles, too, though. I don't know.
What an insane day this has been for Miles. Started off stuck 1,500. He's up 3K now. We'll pull those winnings up for all of you guys afterwards. Oh,
and the
wow.
boy.
Well, he's not going to lose too much. He still has an out.
Got one out. That's not it.
He won't lose much, though, because Jello only has the 8 high flush.
Yeah, if Jello could bet for about could bet for value here. Let's say probably around what, $30, $40.
Thank you, Sai, for clarifying that in the chat. Looks like he's going to go for some razor thin value. He gets snap called, loses to the 8 high flush. Doesn't feel great.
Nice little thin value bet right there.
You've been getting into any trash talk, Nick, at the tables?
Yeah, dude. This weekend, actually, I was at WinStar, and I was making a point to work on my table demeanor. And I was just finding it so fun to allow whatever came to mind to also come out of my mouth, as long as it was filtered to the point that, you know, I'm not going to say anything too inappropriate. But
yeah,
like sometimes that would be like being super friendly with the guy and buddying up with him so that I could get him to tell me his cards. And then sometimes that would be turning it into some kind of needling or trash talk after someone lost a pot or after I busted him in a pot. You know, never anything that like crossed any lines, I don't think.
Give us an example.
Let's just say like sometimes I would win a hand and then maybe look around and I can remember specifically there was a couple of times where I got on like a little stretch when we were short-handed where I'd win like 3 or 4 hands in a row, and I would just make comments about how they weren't getting another pot for the rest of the night. You know, like little things like that, you know. And I don't know. They just kind of come and flow. And there was like if you're paying attention and looking for it, there's a lot to say.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot going on in a poker game.
Yeah, there is, for sure. I do that sometimes, but very, very sparse. Do I include any sort of needles into it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was trying to do it all in jest.
Yeah.
You know, so it's
that's
all
the best way to do it.
Yeah, it's fun, but it also projects confidence in a way where the other players are also going, well, this guy does know what he's doing.
Yeah.
I know he's kind of joking around about trash talking me right now, but he's also not joking around in a way. You know, he's saying it because he thinks he's good at this, or he thinks he's got the edge.
Yeah, whenever I do dive into like slight needles or trash talk, I feel like it always comes off like extremely arrogant.
Yeah.
Because like I feel like that's how I say it. I'm not very good at doing it jestfully.
Yeah, sure, and I think that's why there's got to be practice. You know, it's because you do have to find those boundaries. All right, let's look at this pot for just a second. So we got a little bit of something for everybody.
There are some river cards that could be very interesting.
Yeah, Queen could be pretty interesting.
10 could be very interesting as well. No, it wouldn't. Never mind.
Yeah, 10 would make trips. Oh no, it'd be make a boat, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack would be interesting. I think any ace, queen, or jack would be interesting on this river. If we even get there, because the boy's betting 185 and all red chips. You see how much that slows the game down?
Oh, were you just out of there?
You just used 37 chips for a bet that could have taken you 6 chips.
Trust me, I'm aware of the alternative arguments for coloring up. I've got lots of buddies that are team color up, and trust me, they try and convert me all the time. Miles does fold, and the boy's going to scoop it. Nice little potski. What were we talking about?
We were talking about trash talking at the table.
Oh, yeah, dude. Okay.
I've been actually trying to think of an example to give you for how my trash talk sounds arrogant, but I can't honestly think of it because I do it so little.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that part of it has to be being in good standing with the guys already. So, like, maybe not leading as much with the trash talking unless it's very easy to be friendly with it. Which I'm also finding that, too, where, like, the tone in which you deliver the news makes a huge difference in whether it's taken in jest or whether it's
Yeah, I probably got to work on my tone.
Yeah.
I mean, no one ever told me that it came off arrogant. I just
just sense that.
self-aware that it probably sounds arrogant.
Yeah, I'm
to
with
people.
you. Yeah. Another thing that I was trying out is talking a lot of strategy during the hands when I get it down to heads up, where I'm sort of fishing. Like I'm not necessarily talking as much about my own strategy, but like critiquing the other person's.
Yeah.
You know, and like making like little guesses about what kind of hands they have that would make that kind of play.
That's actually the type of trash talk I do, and I think that's why it's bad. But I do it in a bad way. I do it.
I just said I was doing it.
I do it in like a demeaning way. Like,
oh, okay.
Like that. You just like jog my memory. Like if someone like, you know, it's usually just like the things that tilt me, like the type of thing where like I raise pre-flop, I get like 3 callers, and the board comes out like ace king 5, and someone leads into me.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what are you doing? Like,
okay.
So like in my head, sometimes I'll just be like, really? On this board?
Yeah.
And then I'll fold, like that type of thing.
Yeah. Okay. I think that is a little different.
Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's a good thing to do.
All right. So right here, we've got Nick 6 going to be leading in. I think this was a raise call. And a double straddled pot. Nick leads, and the boy goes for the raise. He's going to defend his pre-flop raising range here by turning his pair of 3s into a bluff. Seems reasonable to me. I don't know if Nick's the guy that I would be bluffing, but... And he's not going anywhere on this card. Nope, he's just going to lead. What a line by Nick. Gotta love it. I'd be very impressed if the boy decides to do anything here.
The boy's been having a deceivingly not so good night.
Yeah. He's got 750 behind
He
here.
hasn't really won any pots. Maybe he's just getting a little. He does release it.
Yeah.
It's just been one of those sessions where it's like you don't win any big pots. You
Yeah.
haven't really played any big pots.
Yeah,
but
not really.
You just, just losing. He's down 1,000.
Yeah.
Pull the winnings
Let's
up
throw
there.
the winnings up for the boys. There we go, guys. We got Miles, who is leading the way. Frankie had a huge start to the session, and it's been a little slow since then.
Can you believe Miles was down 1,500 earlier? Insane comeback.
Was he
there.
down 1,500?
Down 1,500.
Wow.
He's got 56 right now. I mean, or he was down. Yeah, he was down at least 1,000 for
Yeah,
sure.
man, that's great. What a great turnaround for him.
Yeah. What a
And,
session.
don't forget, we have Woodley lose, what, 3K?
Yeah, Woodley lost 4K.
Oh, 4K. Dang, that happened fast. Sorry, Woodley.
Yeah, Woodley lost 4K. It was a rough night.
Ouchie.
And then Hayden is now down 2,100 after that unfortunate bluff did not go through.
Yeah,
But
ouchie.
once again, I like his line. I think that was a good bluff.
I agree with you. Yeah, so maybe you should, just as a point of advice, use the same strategy of like kind of poking around at people's, like what they're doing and what hands they might have when they do those things. Kind of catches them off guard, you know? Like you can imagine how it might be off-putting if someone's like playing a hand with you and then guesses your exact hand class. And then you start second guessing yourself about whether you should play it differently going forward in the hand and those kinds of things.
Yeah,
I think you can kind of toy with them.
There's way more effective ways to do like what I was doing.
Yeah, and yeah, so use the same kind of strategy, but just not do it when it's like the person made you fold a hand you didn't want to fold, and then now you're going to berate them for doing that by poking at their strategy.
Much more lighthearted and like,
Yeah, exactly,
or at least
like-
useful than like indirectly saying you're an idiot.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, I would say things like, let's say I would raise, and then someone bets into me on a board that's better for the pre-flop raiser. I might be like, oh, feeling very frisky there, huh? You gonna bet into me on an ace-high board? I don't think you're supposed to do that. I'm pretty sure that board's better for me, you know? And
they get smirking a little bit.
I mean, you got all sorts of reactions.
Yeah.
You know, like different people, you're like prodding at them and they respond in different ways. So, yeah, still at the very early stages of those investigations, but we'll keep you guys updated.
It's very interesting. Keep me updated as well.
No doubt. It's making poker a lot of fun, too.
Yeah, I can see that. I've been having a lot more fun just being more present at the table.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, I'm still on my phone because I get bored and I punt, but I'm working on it. And if I'm on my phone or at least preoccupied with at least anything like music or a podcast or something like that, I tend to just not punt when I am card dead. So it's useful in that regard, but I'd like to get to the point where I don't need it at all.
Yeah.
And I will not punt either way.
Yeah, dude, and Jello makes another little hero call right here on the end. I actually thought kind of like dismissed, assuming he would fold there. There was two kings, a queen, and a jack on board, and Nick goes for thin value with the queen.
Oh,
10
and he called
kicker.
with the sixes?
And he calls with the sixes.
I
yeah.
misread the hand. I thought Nick had the sixes.
Yeah, dude, that was pretty epic right there by Nick. Very thin value bet. We've seen him value bet pretty thin a couple of times tonight.
Jello not having the best night tonight either.
No. Yeah, and he just value bet Jello with the straight earlier. Got called by the two pair. So, gosh, interesting. Jello's actually got position on Nick, and Nick, just through the use of creative lines and his reputation, is just kind of like putting Jello in the grinder right now. That's a meat grinder, not the other kind.
Oh boy, and Miles picks up the aces. If
Let's
his night
go,
couldn't go any
Miles.
better.
Oh, I got cards. Let me take a look.
Oh yeah.
Oh, those are pretty good.
I'll take those cards. I like those cards.
Oh, I think I'll turn around.
boy.
Keep talking to the waitress. Inconspicuous.
Mr. Regis is not folding his queen 10 offsuit.
No way.
Nick 6 is not folding his 9-8 offsuit.
No way. Nick's got a 3K stack. Dang him. Dude, if this is an interesting flop, this pot could get big.
Oh yeah.
Miles has a 6K stack almost.
And Miles might get put in the blender by these tricky players.
Yeah, and you see Jello is topping off there. He's
had enough of short stacking it.
Yeah, he has. Everybody's getting deep. Nick's deep. Mr. Regis is deep.
Time's flown by. We're already 4 hours in here.
Yeah, wow.
And that's a flop that Nick 6 will continue on, and Mr. Regis is going to lose some money on.
Yeah.
And Miles doesn't realize just how good that flop was for him.
Miles has 64% equity here, dude.
And
these guys aren't folding.
And they're not going to fold.
So 1/3 of the time, Miles is going to get sucked out on here, and it's going to be epic.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
And it looks like both players have a pretty even chance of doing it.
Yeah. Who's it going to be this time?
Got to dodge a landmine here.
Don't put a 7 out there.
Oh, if he puts a 7. Oh, no. I don't think he doesn't get stacked, though.
Probably
Because
not.
he
Probably
has
not
one
stacked.
pair. He has one pair, so. That's a good one.
That's a great card.
That is a great card to see.
Not only for the protection of his hand, but also because Mr. Regis is not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Like, that was the nut turn card.
Yeah, very safe card. Regis definitely going to think he's got the best hand.
Way better of a card than an ace. The nut turn card right there for Miles.
Now, Regis is not a dummy. I don't think he's going to be folding right here, but I guarantee you alarm bells are going off in his head when he sees 2 big, healthy bets come his way. And I bet he's going to be pretty cautious facing a big river bet, especially if Nick overcalls. I've seen Regis make some very nice folds in the past.
Really? Because it looks like he's about to raise.
Wow. What can I say?
Like I was like looking at you as you were saying that, and I was like looking at Regis, and I was like, I think that's more than 250.
Yeah. It's a lot more than 250.
Oh man.
It's 650. And I don't think Miles is going to be folding here.
This is the problem, though. Miles, I don't think Miles knows that Mr. Regis is a crazy player.
Yeah.
Miles might think that Mr. Regis is an OMC.
Yeah.
Because that's what I thought when I first. Oh, look, he might fold because if he doesn't know that Mr. Regis isn't an OMC.
There it goes. There it goes. He's not even going to think about it, dude.
He doesn't know.
Oh, my God.
He doesn't know that Mr. Regis isn't. Like, and listen, if you're playing with aces here and an OMC raises you on the turn, you fold. I think you fold.
Oh, man, that's agony right there. Yeah, you're right. That's probably being a little bit results-oriented from knowing the cards, but that is...
I mean,
I don't know if I would fold right there. I might call one time.
bro, I don't know. Some of the OMCs I've played against, bro, if you get raised at all, one pair is beat. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what pair it is. They have better than one pair.
Oh, man, that's agony. Huh? This? Yeah, gotcha, bud.
So it looks like they're done playing out there, so a little bit hands left for you guys. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, when you look at Mr. Regis, if you don't know him, you think he's an OMC. Like, the first time I played against Mr. Regis, I thought for sure I had King Jack on a King 4 board, and I got raised on the flop, and I thought I was dead.
Yeah, I'm with you. Demo asking what's an OMC. That is a slang term for old man coffee, meaning a guy that plays poker very straightforwardly. Just usually older guys like bet when they got good cards and don't do much bluffing. But Regis is not like most older guys. He probably resent the fact that he's even in that category because he is still quite the bad A. You see that Ferrari hat. He had Gucci slippers on the other day. I've told the story before. $400 slippers.
Yeah, Mr. Regis is not here to play around. He's here to play cards.
Yeah, dude, and he raises it up here with the 7-deuce offsuit. He's in the mix on the 7-deuce game. Frankie, not afraid to squeeze him. Oh, boy, and Nick 6. We're going to have some 4-way action. Jello's got 2 tens. Oh, my gosh.
And Nick just called with the ace-king.
Yeah, that didn't surprise me. This was already open and then 3-bet. Oh, my goodness.
Who could blame him? After seeing this exact action, and now Mr. Regis is like, ugh.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah.
Whoa. It shows the 7-deuce preemptively. Not that it actually matters, but it actually does kind of matter because it blocks some combos of Jello's 7-deuce.
Yeah, that's true. Little premature fold ski.
Oh, boy.
And now Frankie with the 2 9s. Oh, man. Can Frankie think about calling here? It's 800 to win, 1800, and you got Nick behind you. Feels like you probably... Goodness, what do you think? It's pretty scary to shove to isolate to try and get Nick out. You may not have a better hand than Jello, and Nick may not fold. He's got 2.3K.
I think I'm folding here with 9s.
Yeah.
I think 9s is... even 10s is just like, oh, man. Like, I don't know, but I think 9s you can just fold. Like 10s, I think we can sit here and start having this conversation. I think 9s you can just fold.
And depending on what happens right here, this could turn into a monster pot to end the night. If Frankie decides to get it in, you know Nick's not folding ace-king.
No way. So Nick could win a massive one.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Frankie would... It looks like Nick possibly has his chips. Oh, are those on his stack, or are they in his hand? All those greens.
I think they're in his stack.
Yeah, like if Frankie... Is he just going to call, or would he rip it to try and get Nick to fold? Because Nick just cold called. Okay. Frankie does decide to fold. Nick not folding, of course. And we are going to see a big one.
Oh.
Oh, boy. A and a K, and Jello's going to need a 10. No 10.
No.
Oh, man, and it's a rough night for Jello right now.
Oh.
Flips for the big one.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
That just got to feel really, really rough to have 10s there and actually have Nick have ace-king there. Feels like a cooler.
Yeah, feels like a cooler. Oh, and Jello takes a brutal beat right there. He's taken several tonight. It's been a tough night for him. Gotta feel like it's a good spot when you get it in with the pair against the ace-king for all the chips. And like John said, with Nick being a very active player, ace-king tip top of his cold calling range.
I mean, I'm sure Jello thinks it's just... It's already a cooler, but it's even more of a cooler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's happening.
I was trying to think if you would do that with 8s. That's what I was trying.
So it looks like we got about 5 or 6 more hands for you guys here.
He did have 10s, Mr. Nick. Got him. Yeah, dude, and Nick 6. Nice little comeback here. Taking most of it from Jello.
Hey, man. Can you color up for me?
I'm down
Right, we got another double straddle here. Regis limp calls. Hayden ISOs him with the ace-4 of spades. Bricky board. Eric just told us it's actually our full round of double straddles here to end the night. Let's go. So we got some 5, 10, 20 action for you guys.
Regis leading out with his gut shot here. Backdoor flush draw. Just going to take it down.
Nice, dude. And that aggression, you know, that's one thing that I think everyone could learn from Regis, is that there are times just to bet with the equity that you have. He doesn't really like, let's see, he doesn't imprison himself within common lines. You know, he's just like, okay, I've got a gut shot. It doesn't matter who was the person who bet on the last street. I just want to bet right now and try and win that money. And I think there's something to that. It's definitely uncomfortable to play against.
Yeah,
that's
for sure. It's impossible to ever know what he actually has.
I mean, there's nothing worse than, like, let's say that you're the pre-flop aggressor or the c-better, and so you feel like you've sort of entitled yourself to that person taking a passive action on the next street, checking to you, and then allowing you to decide. And there's nothing more annoying than them, like, check calling a card that's better for their range peeling off, and then they just donk lead into you.
Yeah.
That's
tough
tough to play against.
What if it's a card that's better for your range and they donk into you?
Oh, I mean, obviously depends on your hand, but there's nothing worse than the card being good for your range, actually bad for your holding, and then they donk lead into you.
I'm always sitting there. That's when I get frustrated. I'm just like, I mean, obviously I love it because a lot of times I'll have really good hands and you're just giving me free money.
Yeah.
But like, at the same time, if I don't have a good hand, I'm sitting there and I'm like, how do I not win this pot?
Yeah, you're
like,
definitely thinking about like over bluffing in this spot now because you're just simply not going to take this pot away from me on this card.
Yeah, like you don't get to do this on this card, but you did it anyway, and now I'm in this spot.
Yeah.
And that's the type of player that Mr. Regis is. Nick Six is like that as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Keeps you on your toes.
I want to be like that. I want to be thought of as someone who is totally unpredictable and might donk lead into you at any moment.
I don't think that you would be donk leading into people when the card is just too good for their range.
No, not in that specific situation maybe, but there's a lot of cards that are pretty neutral.
Yeah.
That I don't have any leading range on.
There's also a lot of cards that are very deceptively neutral. I've started to realize that. Cards that you would look at and be like, oh, well, that favors his range. Well, actually, does it really, though? Like,
for sure, especially later in the hand.
Yeah.
Once a lot of the like ace high, king, high hands have been eliminated.
Yeah, and then like
those cards
ace hits the river, and it's just like, oh, I can't lead this card. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So this is a four-way limped pot right here. Remember, these are double straddled, guys. So we're doing 5, 10, 20, 2, 5, 10, 20, excuse me, for our last orbit of the night here. It's Aaron with the best hand. If he can get to showdown.
6 is good.
And Miles value bets his 3 on the end for $10. Love that play. But he does value own himself this time.
I love that.
Yeah, he could definitely get called by an ace high there. And sometimes you can, if you're prepared to make a call, you can do like a little stab like that and then induce a bluff.
Yeah.
You get people to go for a bluff raise there.
You know, I actually did that in the Venetian tournament that I got 4th in.
Really?
And I called it.
A little micro bet and then induce a bluff?
I did. And then I called and he had the nuts.
Classic.
That was the very beginning of day 2, and it was a pretty big pot. It's like Nick's packing up to leave.
Yeah, dude, and he lost it, or he had to fold his ace-8 suited there, which is, I mean, he's never seen a suited hand he doesn't like.
Of course not.
Ace-8 suited is primo.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember a time I didn't play ace-8 suited.
Yeah. Oh, and the boy, dude, he needed one to go his
Unfortunately,
way.
he's probably not going to get much action. Well, Regis does have the king of clubs.
Yeah, and Aaron's got a pair.
Aaron's going to bet it.
Boy's just going to call.
No, he doesn't like that
Bad
card.
turn card. I was told recently, got to raise those straights.
Yeah.
Multi-way pots.
And Aaron's just...
This is why.
Aaron's blasting. Reminds me of that meme of, is it Danny DeVito? So anyways, I started blasting. It's kind of how it feels. It's going to be the end of this hand for Aaron.
Now Aaron trying to sell the story that he's got 2 pair.
Frankie doing a little networking there.
Not bad. Nice work,
Anytime you
Frankster.
need anything, give me a call. You know,
Nice work, Frankster. Nick is a good guy to network with. Very successful businessman. Got himself a 30-year air conditioning company here in the DFW Metroplex. Congrats to him. Sounds like it was an epic career.
Sounds like it.
Obviously still going. Still a young man. Many adventures ahead. Maybe some big poker adventures.
Maybe. Oh, can you imagine seeing Nick 6 on Hustler? They need
That
to
would
get
be
Nick
sick.
6 on Hustler,
That'd be
man.
epic, yeah.
Oh, man.
Max Payne Monday. Dude, he would be perfect for Max Payne Monday.
That would be insane.
No doubt. He's got that perfect kind of trash-talking demeanor, but still nice in a way.
He'd
you know,
fit in
nice
really.
and
He'd fit in really well over there.
yeah, for sure.
Let's start a petition.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say nice in a way there. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. But also very good at talking a little smack on the poker table. So this is a boy coming in with his 5x sizing,
Just going to take it down.
which I like a
I
lot.
think Frankie would have floated or peeled, I mean, with a different type of size, but not to the 5X size.
I'm with you, and that's the reason I love that sizing so much right there. I think this is a perfect kind of hand class to do it with, too.
We have 2 more hands for you guys tonight here. Let's see if we got a big one.
Yeah, sometimes I think it's kind of counterintuitive. People will think that if you have a sizing tell, meaning that your sizes are kind of dictated by the strength of your hand, they think that it would make sense that you usually want the better the hand, the more you raise, the more you bet, right? The worse the hand, the smaller you bet. But actually, which this is one of the reasons you can get away with using multiple sizings, because counterintuitively enough, it actually makes more sense to raise bigger with some of your weaker hands.
Yeah.
Of course, it's all situational, but those hands benefit so much more by isolating players and playing pots heads up, or like, you know, in this situation, the less players you can take the flop with when you have king 6 suited and you're going to be out of position to all of them, the better, right? And therefore, you're better off by protecting that equity more and raising even bigger than you might with a stronger hand.
And obviously, it's also very based on position. I base my sizes a lot on position.
Yeah, no doubt.
I haven't expanded to having like infinite amount of sizes, but I have expanded to having 15 pre-flop. Sorry, I have 3 different pre-flop raise sizes at 2.5.
I mean, it's hard to have infinite sizes at 2.5 because they won't allow you to use the white chips.
Yeah.
So you have to use only the...
I have 15, 20, and 25.
Yeah, nice.
So are my 3 raise sizes at 2.5.
I think that the sizes expand exponentially as money enters the pot. You know?
Yeah.
Before that, there's only $7 in the middle, so I think raising to more than 25, it can make sense in extreme situations, but not really as part of a standard base game plan. 25 would also be the biggest for me.
I've been getting a lot more comfortable with just intuitively knowing when to use each size, and it feels very good. Like I just look down at my hand, I look at my position, and I'm like, okay, this hand is this size.
Yeah, and we're seeing a nice little light float here from Jello, and it is the best Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry.
It's not the best hand.
Wow, that was a very strange float from Jello, actually.
Very light float.
Yeah, and it's not going to work. Regis Fearless comes again on the end.
Jello's just not having the greatest night tonight and just trying to make something happen. Unless, of course, the card reader is wrong. But I doubt it.
Matt Professor popping us with some great questions here. See if Jello decides to lay this down. Surely he's going to fold king high. Quite a few better hands to call with. Rarely make it to the river with a hand worse than king 10.
I think those New Year's Eve's festivities are getting to his head right now.
He does end up letting it go. Good fold.
He did not want to, though. Did not want to fold that king high.
No, he didn't.
No.
I'm going to pop a couple of these questions real fast. Do we play GTO? So my answer to that would be, if you're playing poker well, you're always implementing many of the fundamentals involved in GTO. I mean, GTO is just playing poker with the fundamentals of your decision making being the measurables of the hand, meaning your positions, your stack sizes, and your pot odds, from the sense of knowing what percentage of your range you should risk in any situation, given how much money is in the pot to be won and how much money you're willing to risk to win it. So yeah, of course, there's mathematical fundamentals that go into that part of the decision-making process. And then what I would say is that basically you can think of GTO or like a solver as like an assistance tool for you that has already rounded up all of those measurable factors for you, and then input them into a computer solution so that you can see what the actual answer is, and then take that as one piece of the puzzle to be added to other pieces of the puzzle that include less measurable factors, like the players that you're playing with and estimations about how they're going to play certain situations, and or mistakes that they might make later in the hand. I think that's one thing that people don't account for when they study poker solutions very well, is that they don't think about mistakes that they expect their opponent to make on later streets in the hand. And so even if you're like node locking a solver to do a sim, which would mean that you're inputting how you think your opponent would have gotten to this spot when you're running it. Okay, we're on the flop. Like, what hands would he have played to get to this point? And then I can input that and make it more opponent dependent. But it's not going to project forward like, okay, well, on this flop, I want to float lighter because this guy always gets scared and it's going to be easily bluffed on later cards. Like if an overcard comes or something, right? So just a rough example, but basically I think that yes, using GTO principles is of course important when you're making a poker decision, but not using live fundamentals and realizing that you're actually playing a game against other people is, to me, like limits you so much of how good you can be as a player, because that is what you're doing. You're playing a game against other people. Like, not thinking about that part is silly to me. What do you think, John?
I think you hit it right on the head.
Nice. Okay. What about best poker training? I grew up on Bart Hansen.
Yeah, I mean, I do a little sprinkle of all of them, but mainly I think I just talk hand histories with people whose game I respect.
For sure. Yeah, I'm just thinking about those people that are in that category. I mean, Phil Galfond is a G, for sure.
Yeah.
Bart Hansen, to me, is the best in terms of someone who has like a lot of accessible content where you can go to his YouTube videos and just watch it for free and get advice about how to think about live poker.
Very accessible content.
Yeah, I think he really does the best job.
Good.
And his content's very digestible and applicable to live settings. He includes like those principles of GTO, which teach you a lot of really important things about like which combos you should be prioritizing in certain situations, in terms of knowing which hands you want to call and fold and bluff with. But yeah, he also just talks about the hands in a very common sense, logical way. And I kind of grew up on his content, watched it for several years, and felt like it helped me a lot. You want to do a couple more here? Last ones? Live tells?
Let's finish up. Let's finish up on these 2 questions.
Yeah, tell me about live tells, John.
I think live tells are important to a degree. I think I'd take like 30%, maybe 20% confidence in live tells. It's only like if you've really just thought through everything, so as much as you can, to the best of your knowledge, and you're still just left with like, I don't know what to do. I'm so 50-50. But then if you pick up a live tell at that point, it can be used to sway you one way or the other. Yeah. I wouldn't put too much stock into something unless you actually have hours of evidence against somebody that it's just rock solid.
Yeah.
But not that like, oh, well, the guy to my left grabbed chips like he was going to bet, but then he checked. Like, I don't think that's enough to base a serious strategical deviation from.
Yeah. I guess I would add on to it, too, by just saying that it's super important, like, what the live tell is that you're putting stock into. Like, just the question, are live tells important? I would say 100% yes.
Yeah.
They are. But that live tell could just be, like, every time the guy on my left gets dealt his cards, he checks them immediately and then gives off, like, little signs that he's about to fold them. That happens all the time.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you're, like, in the cutoff and you look to your left and the button's pre-folding their hand.
Exactly, dude. Exactly.
Huge.
So, like, every single hand, you're going to have some kind of little clue that you might be one space closer to the button or not, you know? And by, you know, on the reverse there, like, if he's showing you most of the time when he's going to fold them, then that means when he's not showing you that, there's a pretty good chance he's going to enter the pot.
Yeah.
You know, which gives you
huge.
additional information there. So, yeah, little things like that to me, I think, are just like absolutely critical. So to say our live tell is important, yes, for sure. I think what John is talking about is also totally true, which is if you're thinking about quote unquote live tells, you might be thinking about like, oh, this guy blinks twice whenever he's bluffing.
Or his heart rate is a little bit higher.
Right,
like,
exactly.
Like someone, I remember someone said that like they were like reading my neck pulse when I used to play at the highway.
Okay, see, that's crazy.
And I was just like, well, I mean, that doesn't make any difference because I used to like shake and like my heart racing whenever I was in a big pot, whether I was bluffing or I had the nuts.
You're like nervous regardless. Exactly.
I was just like,
exactly.
Holy crap, this is a big pot.
You want me to pop on the camera here?
No, we can when we finish this question.
Up? Yeah, for sure. What's up, guys? Welcome in. Yeah, so totally agree with you there. Live tells, yes, important, but don't take them to the extreme on things like trying to read pulses or,
that's too much.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think that if you're not considering all of the factors that are given to you, then you're not playing as good as you could be playing.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Okay, and then what was the last one here?
Which poker players do we admire?
Nice, I love that one. You got a couple?
Oh, why don't you start?
Okay, I'll pop off my 2 favorite players. Number 1, just because he's the GOAT, it's got to be Phil Ivey. I mean, what can you say about the guy that hasn't already been said? He's the biggest winner in the history of online poker. One of the biggest winners in the history of tournaments in general, and then also specifically the World Series events, which is the most prestigious tournaments where he has the 2nd most bracelets of all time while taking years and years off completely from the series and has still held on to that title of the 2nd most bracelets of all time.
Yeah.
Could be adding to it in the future. It's almost like he nonchalantly is in the running with Phil Hellmuth, who takes it uber serious. You know, like that is his thing, is winning those tournament bracelets. And for Phil Ivey, that's like the 10th thing on his list of poker accomplishments and poker focuses. It's like, oh, it's the summer in Vegas? Okay, maybe I'll show up and play a few events. Yeah, sign me up for the 250K, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And then it seems like he's had so many periods, too, where he won't be around for maybe months or, you know, years at a time, especially when he was dealing with his legal stuff. And then he just shows back up and binks a high roller and beats all of these guys who have been thinking like, well, Ivey's not the GOAT anymore, you know? And I've heard a lot of criticism of his play in recent years that, oh, he couldn't hold a candle to some of the younger guys like Linus Love or OTB Red Baron, like these guys who crush the online games. But the truth is, every opportunity he's got to prove himself, he's come through.
Yeah.
So what can you say about the guy's strategy when he just wins?
Big fan of Phil Ivey.
Big fan of Phil Ivey.
Fan.
Yeah, so just to finish off the accomplishments, along with the online celebration, he's won over $20 million playing on Full Tilt tracked results. Played in the highest stakes games available in every single discipline. No limit, PLO, all the mixed games, all the draw games, all the stud games. He plays them all. He plays them in the highest stakes possible, both live and online. Will take on all comers and has been doing it for about 30 years straight. Has just been on top of the game. So maybe not quite 30 years, but getting up to that realm. And yeah, I'd say Ivy's just the GOAT of poker. Did you have someone you want to do? I got one more, but.
I mean, I've the whole time you've been saying that, I've been trying to think of anyone else to say that I actually really admire, because I like a lot of those, like the old guard famous poker players that have great respect for Negreanu, Ivy, like all those guys from that, Doyle Brunson, Moneymaker, but like really when it comes down to admire, it's just Matt Berkey.
Matt Berkey. This guy loves him some Berkey.
It's just Matt Berkey, man.
You should have told him Berkey for the answer to the other question, too. Berkey's a
What was
content maker. About who are the best guys out there to learn poker from?
Oh, yeah, Soft for Y.
Yeah.
Yeah, Soft for Y.
Yeah, and they're, I will say.
I don't want to give him a free plug or anything like that. But I mean,
yeah. And I'm not as big of a Berkey fan as you are. I do respect the guy. I think he's a good player. But I will say I think that the content they create with the Poker Out Loud series is very cool and useful for people who are trying to get better at poker.
It's the best, man. I was just binging it the other day.
Yeah, nice.
Matt Berkey, man, like, not just poker, though. I think, like, just the way he carries himself and the way that he lives his life in terms of fitness, nutrition, you know, just being conscious about all that stuff, being self-aware about things. The only criticism I'd have for him is that he just comes off arrogant sometimes. But he's self-aware of it.
Yeah.
Like, he even knows that he comes off arrogant sometimes.
Yeah. And I wouldn't
just
say
think
that he comes off arrogant to a point where it's like a big knock against his character or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say so.
I mean, I think that I don't think he's the best player in the world, but I just think that like him as a package is something to admire.
Cool.
Something to strive for.
That's fair enough. All right, so I got one more, which is a personal favorite, also a fan favorite, but maybe not thought of like initially on most people's lists as a top 5 guy. That's gonna be Victor Blum.
Yeah.
AKA Isildur 1. Familiar with him?
I've heard of him, for sure.
Okay, this guy is an absolute legend.
Heard of Isildur? Oh, yeah.
Absolute legend. I'm not going to go too deep into it, but he basically came into the poker scene. He's 18 years old. His only experience had been playing just with his buddies around the house. Gets into online poker, and within a few months went from a $50 deposit, working his way up the heads-up, no-limit games, just battling people all along the way. As soon as he wins enough, he takes a shot at the next stake. And within the first few months, he was already transferring over $1 million from his Euro site onto Full Tilt Poker, which was the entirety of everything he had made playing poker. His first 4 months to play poker.
You made $1 million in 4 months?
$1 million. He's playing 100, 200 by this point. Transfers it over to Full Tilt and then spins it up from playing 100, 200, moving up the stakes on Full Tilt, which 100, 200 was the largest stakes available on this Euro site. So he comes to Full Tilt, immediately starts taking on all the big boys of the game. That's Durr, Ivy, Patrick, all these guys that anyone who will play him. He's only been playing poker for a few months at this point and spends it over the course of several weeks. He beats Durr out of $5 million, playing heads up 501,000, and gets his account from the $50 that he started with. Within like 6 months, he was up to 5.5 million, something like that, from battling the highest stakes possible. Goes to play Brian Hastings in PLO, a game that he has almost no experience playing. They pull up 4 tables of 501K to play in a game he barely knows how to play, and he busts the entire account in a day. Never withdrew any of it. He just spun it up.
I didn't know that.
And then busted it all. Lost it all.
And he's just like, all right, well, back to it.
It's absolutely epic, dude. Yeah, and then he's had several other spin-ups where he would deposit small amounts, spin it up to over $1 million, ended up becoming a legend. There were times where people were like, I used to rail him every night watching, that sounds bad. I used to rail the games he was playing in every night on Full Tilt Poker, where he would have like 6 or 8 tables going of heads-up action, and he'd be like, I remember one time specifically, he's got 2 tables with Phil Ivey, playing heads up no limit 501K, topping off to 200,000. He's got 2 tables with Patrick playing PLO 501K, topping off to 200,000 on every table, and then 4 tables with Durr He's playing all 3 of them at the same time on 8 games. Heads up. 6 tables of No Limit, 2 tables of PLO, in the highest stakes possible. And he's 18 years old.
Yeah.
What a sicko.
Wow.
All right, guys, and that was my little Isildur spill. Gotta love the guy. Yeah, and Tiny, as Tiny says, he kept himself a mystery for years, never revealed who he was, and then eventually got a big signing bonus with PokerStars to do an endorsement with them and revealed himself. So anyway, guys, all right. We still kept 60 people through that. That was fun.
Yeah, wow.
That was fun. All right. I love talking about poker.
A little
Alrighty.
overtime. You asked for it. You
Yeah,
received it,
yeah, right? All right. Thanks for those great questions. And we're about to wrap it up here, guys. You guys had a little extra look-ski there at our game running into the overtime. Still got Jello out there. Still got Frankie.
Oh yeah, they're playing into the night. I feel like.
No doubt, no doubt. I mean, Mr. Regis is still in the mix, and where Mr. Regis is at, the action is at. So yeah, I'm sure these guys are going to keep going for a while. But for us, it's time to wrap it up, I think.
Well, that's gonna cut it right there.
Had a good time tonight.
Oh yeah, it's a great one.
Sorry for being a little bit. I feel like we chased a lot of rabbit trails tonight.
Oh, we did, but we always do.
But I had a good time. I hope you
We
guys
always
enjoyed
do.
it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Feel free to give us lots of feedback. Love seeing y'all join us in the chat, and we're gonna be here. Well, I'm gonna be here.
I was about
Sorry.
to say,
Yeah,
I'm
my
so
bad,
sorry,
dude.
guys. I'm not gonna be here next week. I'm gonna be up in Choctaw trying to win myself a ring.
Nice, dude.
And I will report back on that 2 weeks from today.
Let's go. So I'll be up there with John this week, but I'll be back next Sunday here in the booth, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. for Savage Sunday every week with Next Gen Poker. And just a final sign off to answer Matt Professor's last question here. What do we think of the Next Gen kids? The Next Gen kids are crushers.
They're crushers, man.
They're crushers. So come back next week and watch them crush again. Good luck to you guys this week in all the games that you're playing, and we'll see you then.
All right. See you guys.
Peace.